No sound. Okay, later. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Let me know if y'all can hear me. TikTok said no sound detected. And baby. Oh, hey, baby. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we do have sound. It sounded like an alarm or something was going off. Oh, oh no, I just thought something was going off because I could hear it. Hello, hello. Let's go ahead and get started. I said we was gonna get started at 6, but I'm tired, so the quicker we can get into it, the quicker we can finish. All right. Hi guys, if you're new here, I am Sierra, the Wealth Empress, your day trading, credit, and funding a strategist. All right. Welcome into the room. Today we're gonna finish our weekly chart markup. Yesterday, we was able to get through a couple of pairs, and odd CHF is one of them. Hey TikTok, if you want to see a chart, come over. Not hey TikTok, hey Instagram. If you want to see my chart, come over to TikTok. Okay, let me pin that real quick, guys. Misspelled some of that. Mm, mm, mm. All right. So we marked up all CHF yesterday, and I set an alert. And as soon as market opened, our alert went off. Okay. So I set an alert right here on this 1 hour for value gap, and this was our opening candle. Price came and ran this liquidity. Um, oh, thanks for the For You page. Price came and ran this liquidity and came right and hit this 50% of this fair value gap perfectly. So I'm going to delete this alert because it's already alerted us. Now, I did not set um, an order because we did this yesterday. So now what I want to see to get into this trade, since it gave us this really big bullish move and it left us this fair value gap, I want to see price come back into here. And I am actually going to set an order on this trade. And I'm going to set a buy limit here on this 1 minute fair value gap. I want price to come back in and activate me. My stop loss will be below the candle that created the gap, and my TP is at last week's high. All right, so that's a 6 to 1. This is odd CHF. I'm gonna put that up here. Because I don't think y'all can see my what you call it. All right. On CHF, whenever we go to a new pair, I'm going to just type it on the screen so I don't have to keep answering that question. All right. So I'm going to put my limit order in. This is the hourly. This is the hourly time frame. The hourly. Okay. See, we have this gap right here on the hourly. Price broke our structure here. Price returned to this gap that broke our structure. Now we want it to continue higher. I'm taking profit at last week's high. Last week's high. Yep, the market is open. It's 6:58 Eastern Standard Time, 5:58 Central Standard Time. I believe the market opens at 5 Eastern Standard Time. And that alert went off, and I was like, what? It went off fast. All right, so I'm coming to my chart on my broker, looking on the M1 and looking for that big fair value gap. And all CHF looks horrible on my broker. It's really choppy. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go to the M3 because I don't like how the M1 looks. My broker is CoinX, and I'm gonna go for that order block, 50% of that order block on the M3. And then I'm gonna set my alert here, just in case it doesn't get activated, so that when it comes back to this area on TradingView, I'll know to come look for it. All right. All right, so we already marked this one up yesterday. Hi, Nico. How you doing? We're going to move on to, where do we stop? All right, we're going to go to NZD CAD. So if you're new here, I trade ICT concepts with Romeo CRT zones, okay? So I normally use my weekly zones, but I do check the monthly just to see where price is on the monthly. And with this one, it looks like I am going to use the monthly and the weekly. And I'm saying I'm going to use the monthly because price is really close to this monthly high. Okay? It's only 80 pips from this monthly high. So I am going to mark the monthly high. I'm not going to mark the full monthly CRT zone because this is the only area that I want to worry about. I know that it's already above 50% just by looking at it. All right, so our 50% of the monthly is right there. All right, now I'm going to come down to the weekly, and I am going to mark up my weekly CRT, which is the high of the weekly, the low of the weekly, and 50% of the weekly. And it looks like price is sitting right at 50%. All right, and it's sitting right there because last week's candle closed right here. All right, and then it opened up right here, and it looks like it's pushing up. Now, I also see a fair value gap right here. I would mark this fair value gap, but either way it goes, let's see. I would need it to get underneath this weekly low and retest this weekly low to let me know that it's going to come down here to this fair value gap. So let's just mark it anyways, just in case it decides it wants to move lower. All right. I'm going to come down to the daily. And here on the daily, there was a bunch of liquidity right here. But it looks like it was ran. We have these equals right here. It was ran. Liquidity was ran. So I'm not going to worry about that area. I also have another fair value gap here. Set on the daily. All right, so I'm going to move this weekly fair value gap up, and I'm going to focus here on this daily gap. All right. Oh, I did say I was going to write it on the screen. Sorry, guys. It's NZD CAD. All right, so I moved that weekly gap up because we have this daily gap. You don't need a lot of pips, and this area would be the area that I would go for before I go for that weekly, because we also have two relatively equal lows here, so we have some liquidity here on the downside. All right, now I'm gonna go to the 4-hour. And look in here on the 4-hour, it looks like we have some liquidity here also. Yep. We have complete equal highs right here. Not even relatively equal, but equal. And I can show you, I'm going to use my trend line and my magnet tool to lock in on that first one. And then I'll use my shift button to make sure my line is straight. And then we will zoom in. And as you can see, this one did not run this one, okay? So these wicks are exactly equal. So we have some liquidity there. Liquidity plus a zone is right there. Let me put that zone back. All right. Now, what else do we have? It looks like price traded all the way down here, then decided to come back up. It broke structure here, broke structure here, but we did not get a break of structure here. All we got was all these equal highs left. All right. Price came down to this gap and it did push up. But for some reason, it could not continue to move. Now, I do see that we have a trend line here. All right. I need price to get back on top of this trend line. I don't see any gaps at the moment. Let's go a little further down. What's wrong with her? Why did they leave her? Kaya. They left her. They came in the house. Sorry, y'all. She wants to go outside with them. Okay. So I see a gap right here that's leading price lower. It is leading price lower. We have an order block here that price could come down to before deciding to trade higher. And then we also have some equal lows here. We have some equal lows here and then another gap here. So at the moment, I'm not sure if we're going to buy or sell. It's still Sunday. The market just opened. So I just want to have my zones marked up so that we could see what could potentially happen. What's the matter? Why they leave you? It's okay. right, so this is all I'm gonna put on NZD Cat. And as the week goes on, we'll let today and tomorrow play out, and we'll see what happens. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have some liquidity here. We have some liquidity here. This could be a potential sell, but I'm not going to get in it because it's Sunday. I don't really trade on Sunday. We're just here to mark it up. Except for that odd CHF because it gave us what we needed to see. We marked up gold already. Gold is in buys for sure. All right. It looks like it's come to our area right here. So we had a 4-hour fair value gap here. Right. We had a 4-hour here. And then we had an hour gap right in the same spot. And then another 5-minute gap right here. And prices on top of it. So definitely buy. Price already came back to 50% of this. Stop loss below this big bullish candle, or wait for price to get on top of this gap, because there's a little gap right here. You see price didn't get on top of it. It looks like it's pulling back. Kaya, come here. Wait for price to get on top of this gap. It already ran this liquidity. Yeah, it did that today. It ran its liquidity. It looks like it's trying to push up. My only thing is spread until spread closes, right? So I definitely wait. I would wait. But if you don't want to wait and you don't mind spread, right? Because technically you'll enter where the red line is, but price is down here where the black line is. I don't like that. But it's moving on up. It's on top of that gap. TP is, we had a gap here on the 4-hour. That's TP for that buy. This gap right here. All right. I'm not telling anybody to buy Bitcoin. If you buy Bitcoin, you got that from Itani. All right, so we was on NZD CAD. That was gold. We did gold yesterday, so it's definitely buying. Odd NZD. Let's go to odd NZD. All right. So we got 2 days left in this monthly candle, and we can say that odd is ending on a bearish note. I'm not going to mark up any monthly zone because we're so far from this monthly low and so far from the monthly 50%. It's pretty much irrelevant. All right, I do want to see if price hit 50% of this order block here. All right, nope, it didn't. It looks like it just ran this low and turned around. All right, so I am going to mark up my weekly CRT, which is my weekly high, my weekly low, and 50%. Bitcoin is like indices and gold, right? You have to get a good entry. Otherwise, that pullback, those pullbacks could take you out. All right, so that's our weekly CRT. And we're going to go down to the daily, and let's see what we have here. This isn't a fair value gap yet because this candle just opened. We have to wait for this candle to close to see if there's going to end up being a gap here. We have some liquidity here. Uh-oh. Only 23 pips away. All right, so there's liquidity here right in this gap, right on top of that 50%. I'm going to mark that as a zone. And I forgot to put the pair. Let's put that up here. All right, so if you don't know, liquidity is our TP areas, okay? Liquidity is our TP areas, which is why I mark up liquidity. As ICT says, it's the draw on price, where most of the bankers or whatever you want to call them, market makers go. I'm trying to delete my that line underneath. Okay. All right. So that's 50% of that gap. This was our weekly high, this was our weekly 50%, and this was our weekly low. More than likely, all the NZD is in a downtrend. What I would want to see is this liquidity come up and get grabbed, and then price turn back around, and I'll trade it down to the 50%. Okay, it was right on top, right on top. We have another fair value gap that has not been mitigated, right on top of that liquidity. So technically, this would be my entry. This would be my entry for shorts. Because it's definitely in a downtrend. My stop loss is above the high of the gap and TP back to the 50%. So that's what I would want to see for all the NZD. If I don't get a rejection candle, then I'll change my bias. If price gets on top of this gap and retest it, then I'll change my bias. Where is it going? I don't know. Where would I look for a TP for a buy? It's definitely giving heavy trend line. We got a trend line here. I'm gonna take this one. I'll take that one. Price broke on top of it and retested it. We're so far from this monthly low. I have no idea. It's dumping. It sure did. We got this little baby trend line. It'd be nice if it comes all the way down to here. This is really where I would want it to come to buy. But we got so many gaps. Gold don't play though. That's why I don't really touch gold. This is Owanda. My broker is CoinX. All right, so what is that one? On NZD. All right, let's mark up GJ. We have our weekly. Let's see. All right. GJ is in like this flag pattern. You know, see, we got this pole and then we got this sideways movement here. Last week, I believe we hit 50% on this monthly candle. All right, so since we're near this monthly candle on GJ, I am going to mark it. I'm going to mark the monthly low and last month's high. That's another reason you see gold started dumping. That's another reason why you leave Sundays alone. Let the market do what it's gonna do on Sundays. And a lot of times I leave Mondays alone too. Let it play out. Let the market show you where it wants to go for the week. I'm just marking up my levels. All right, so this is my weekly 50%. That's my weekly high. I mean, monthly 50%. That's my monthly high. It looks like we have a monthly fair value gap here, which is price is sitting right on top. Now, since price is sitting right here, I'm not going to mark it because my weekly high is 44 pips away, right? And in order for me to see a sell, I want to see it sweep the high. So I'm going to mark my weekly high, my weekly low, and then 50%. We are on gold. My broker is CoinX, but I use TradingView to mark up. So I either use a Olander chart or a FXCM chart. And we're marking up GJ. All right. Now I see that we have this downtrend here. We have this downtrend. The price did not break this last low though. It broke this low, but it did not come down and break these relatively equal lows. All right, so we have a gap right here. We have a gap right here. Itani, go to your own live and call whatever you want to call, okay? Like I don't care. I don't. What levels? I mark up CRT levels. So for currency pairs and even indices, I mark up the weekly. But it just depends on where price is closer to like on the monthly. So right now, this is last month's 50% and price is pretty near to that. So I marked it up. If you see a monthly low got ran, that's how we caught odd CHF last week. A monthly low was ran. So once I see that monthly low ran, then I will do the monthly. But normally I do the weekly zones. All right. All right. So now we're back on the daily. And this is our weekly high. And this is our monthly 50%, which is right inside of a daily fair value gap. So my week here, my monthly 50% is here, and then I have a okay, y'all. I'm trying my best to get off of TikTok studio. I'm waiting for them to approve my PC streaming. All right, so what I definitely want to see is price come into either this monthly or this daily since they're all so close, and then we want to trade it back down. I'm taking TP at my weekly 50%, okay? Yeah, we have all kinds of gaps up here. Oh, we have liquidity here. We could probably get lower. Okay. You'll see these perfectly equal lows here on GJ on the 4 hour. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait for price to show me that it's ready to move back down at one of these zones, which is either my monthly 50% or this daily fair value gap. Once price shows me it wants to move down, when I get to my 50%, I'm going to take partials and move my stop loss to entry. And then hopefully we can get another TP here at these equal lows, which is the weekly low. Okay, it's last week's low. That was nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be looking for some sales on GJ. I'll be going live throughout the week. Not 5 o'clock. I guess maybe 5 o'clock. because market opens back up at 5 Eastern Standard Time. So 5 my time will be 6 Eastern Standard Time. Or maybe we should just wait till 8, because what I'm noticing, a lot of the Asian time frames, my entries are always on the lower time frames. My entries are always on the lower time frames. It's on a 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5 minute, unless I just get a good entry on the higher time frames. So I'll say let's come back at 8. Okay, I'll be back on here 8 Eastern Standard Time, Central Standard Time. I'm on CST. Hey TikTok, hey Instagram. All right, so that's what I'm gonna be looking for this week with GJ. I am gonna set an alert. I'm not gonna come back until my alert goes off. When my alert goes off, then I'll be looking, watching what price does. Tomorrow. So for the rest of the week, we'll be here at 8 Central Standard Time. Because market Asia session doesn't really start ramping up until 8, and it does the same thing as New York, right? When New York opens at 9:30, you get like those big spike moves and then spread or whatever. I like to wait for all of that to calm down. And then most of the time for Asia session, you really don't get a good entry till like 9 or 10. So, all right, we're on UJ now. UJ, what we got? UJ looks like it's moving upwards on this 4-hour time frame. On our monthly, we're pretty far from our monthly low and our monthly 50%, so we don't have to mark anything up on our monthly. All right, here we go. This weekly, look at that. Darn near equal highs, not exactly, but close enough. And then we have a gap here. I don't see a reason why it shouldn't come up into here this week. Let's see how far we are from it. Oh, yeah. We're only 48 pips away from it. That's easy. That's easy. Where are we? All right. And we came near this low, but we didn't run it. Now, since we are so close to this gap, I'm not going to mark my weekly high because I definitely want to see it come to this gap. But I am going to mark my weekly 50% and my weekly low, because majority of the time, my weekly 50% is my TP, okay? That and my low. Qual Patty, I'm pretty sure you're trying to say what pair, but what language is that? UJ, it's right here. I'm gonna keep losing it. Let's bring it over here. Okay. All right. So let's see. I definitely want to see price come up here and touch this weekly 50%. If we zoom out on the daily, we're definitely in a downtrend on UJ. Oh, wow. And price literally came 30 pips from this low. That's getting ran. We want that. Now, this is why I say I don't want to overextend TP, because right here at this 50%, we have a gap. We have a gap. So I would definitely wait for price to get underneath this gap to get to that low. But our first TP is 50%. All right. So we have a weekly fair value gap That's a strong gap, baby. We're definitely going to see some rejection, and that's where we are going to get in at. I'm going to put my alert here because that's what I want to see. I'm not going to put it right on it. I want to watch it. Let's come here. I don't want to miss it. Yeah, that's nice. So that means the weekly high will get swept plus that gap. If you want to be extra safe, you can mark up your weekly high and wait for price to get underneath it, showing you that it's going to continue bearish. But for me, myself, when price gets to this gap, I'm definitely selling. All right. Daily, we have that downtrend. I don't see anything else really that'd be marked up. Okay. You got this little trend line here. And this is another way that you can be extremely, like, for sure before you sell. Right? So let price work its way up to this gap, come back underneath the weekly high, come underneath this trend line, and then price should create some type of fair value gap in this area. It's a downtrend on the, what was it, the 4-hour and the daily. Price should create a fair value gap somewhere in this area. We want to look for that gap for our entry and then take it down here to our 50%, which also has another gap here. So there's a gap here on the hour and the daily. Okay. So for sure, that's TP1. If you want to hold it longer, take your partials, move stop loss to entry, wait for price to come underneath this gap. Okay? Retest in this gap. Now it becomes an inversion fair value gap. Retest. When you get your retest and your rejection, then you can add another position and take it down to last week's lows. Okay? So price is doing what it's supposed to do. If gold's moving down, UJ is moving up, okay? But they're both just on pullbacks. I don't like this trend line. All right? That's UJ. So again, we have this weekly gap. All right? If you see prices like trading in the same area on this weekly, but you come back to this daily and you definitely see that now we have a downtrend, right? We got lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Now we got our last low here. We're just looking for another lower high, okay? All right, so we want price to respect this weekly fair value gap. We want price to take out last week's high, touch that fair value gap, come back underneath last week's high, leave us some type of gap, and we will begin in for sales. Definitely going to do that. All right, that's what we got for UJ. CAD JPY. All right, CAD JPY just came into a monthly fair value gap. You'll see that gap here? You see it actually touched it twice. Let's see if the first time if it really touched it and gave us 50%, or was it inducement? Okay, so the first time it did touch it, and then it came down again and touched it. All right, let's see where we are on this monthly CRT zone. All right, price is right at monthly 50%. So again, the monthly zones are important if we're near those areas. So since we're near this area, I am going to mark this up. All right, I'm not going to mark up this fair value gap. We're several pips away. 238 pips. All right. Now, what I do notice is that price has not ran this high yet. It's a possibility, but we only have 2 days left in this candle. And that's stayed in this area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, going on 8 weeks now. We've been in this area. 8 weeks. Which is crazy. All right, so this one I am going to mark my weekly zone. I'm going to mark my weekly high, my weekly low, and 50% of the weekly candle. All right, now I'm going to come down to my daily. And what do we see here? Looks like price was in a downtrend, right? It was in a downtrend. And now we're in somewhat of consolidation because we really don't have a new low and we really don't have a new high. Price did run this liquidity and then it turned around, which is what price does when it runs liquidity. All right. Hey guys, can I get y'all to tap the screen? Can we get this to 1,000 likes? I'm looking at what we got so this can push out, please, and thank you. All right, so we have our daily and we're pretty much in consolidation. Now I do see a trend line. I see a trend line. Here it is. Why I didn't do that? Come on. All right, y'all see that? We got rejection, rejection, rejection. We are so close to this trend line, so close. So that would be nice, right? It would be nice for price to come back up to this 50%, right? Run that high, touch this trend line, and then we get another push down, which would align with UJ and GJ. I don't see any fair value gaps in this area, but I do see this order block here. This is the last up move before this down move, right? So that could possibly get hit, and then we get some rejection off of that. Or this trend line and grabbing that high could be enough. My TP is always going to be 50%, but I do see a gap here. I see a gap here. So what I would do on this one, I would trail my stop loss just to see if I could squeeze out those extra pips for price to come down here. All right, so we got the same thing as GJ, or was that UJ, where we got this little trend line right here. So if you want to be extra cautious, wait for price to break underneath this trend line and retest it, and then enter. All right, TP1 is here at the 50%. TP2 is here at this 4-hour gap. And there's a 4-hour gap and a 1-hour gap. Set an alert because I want price to come out of this area. And then when price comes out of this area, I'll see what happens. I think on this one, since we don't have that higher time frame fair value gap. See, with the last one we have that weekly fair value gap, and that weekly fair value gap is going to hold weight. But on this one, I don't see any fair value gaps up here. Look, I just said that, now I see it right here. So this is what I marked up for the 4 hour. That was a order block. That's what I marked up. And I just said I didn't see any because we had all this space and I didn't look over. Bam, there's our gap. Beautifully. Exact same place. I'm gonna leave that. So I'm gonna put my alert up here. All right. I am gonna put my alert up here. I still might just wait for price to get underneath this trend line and retest it, right? Come back into our weekly zone, because that's still quite a bit of pips. It's 100 from there to the 50%, and then it's 170 to that 4 hour plus 1 hour gap. Looks like CAD JPY look for a liquidity sweep of the then sell. Yeah, that's what we're looking for, sir. Yeah, we don't do divergence. All right. So we're gonna wait for price to come up here to this gap. All right, AJ. Oh, look at that. Y'all tell me, where is okay, Danny, that's fine. That's what you think. I don't know why you don't think it'll go that high though, when there's literally a gap sitting right there. There's literally a gap sitting right here. Plus our trend line. But I didn't ask Danny what he thought, so you can have a good day. Y'all tell me what y'all see on AJ, if y'all been paying attention. What do y'all see? Call it what you want. I never asked you for your input, so. But now I am. Not you, though, because you already know it all. Have a good day. What do y'all see on the monthly on AJ? What have we been talking about as far as our CRT levels? Just guess. Nobody knows? Nobody knows? I'm trying to make sure we weren't frozen. Okay. So, if you know anything about a chart, these lines right here, this is where current price is. You see that line? This is where current price is. Monthly low is right here. Our monthly low is right here. We did do GJ already. We'll swing back to it after AJ, but we're looking for sales. Our monthly low is right here. Price is sitting right at our monthly low. So we're for sure gonna mark that low. Price already ran our monthly CRT, and I just know that by looking at the candle. But if you see, price hit the 50%, and price is underneath the 50% of that monthly, and it's sitting right next to last month's low. All right, so this is a significant area. Okay, then we come down here to the weekly, and what do we have here on the weekly? My thoughts for stream setup. Check YouTube. My boyfriend set my stream setup, so I can't help you there. What do y'all see on the weekly? Right here. This is our monthly low, right inside of this weekly fair value gap. right inside of this weekly fair value gap. Yep, it's at a level. It's making its way to a level. So we are 66 pips from this area. 66 pips from that area. Up. CHF went off again. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get an entry on this. This is our 1 minute 50%. Thank you, Fate Easy. Y'all see how that spread jumped? It's only 3 pips, but still. So this is current price, and if you enter it, your entry will be up here because of this spread. It's 7:45. Spread should be closed. Can you come over and scalp with me? I don't scalp. I do intraday trading. All right, we got 4 minutes left in this 5-minute candle. Want this 1 minute to close. I actually trade everything. All right, this 1 minute close bullish like this, then that's my entry. I trade everything. I literally mark up everything and then take the best trade. Okay, y'all see how that did that? This is why you wait for these candles to close. Y'all see that? How it looked like it was going to trade bullish and then it pulled back. But now we have to remember that this is just 1 minute within the hourly candle, right? It's just 1 minute within the 3-minute candle. So then I'll go to this 3-minute and I'll see, okay, we got a minute and a half left on this 3-minute. What's this 3-minute going to do? And then I'll wait for that to close, and then I'll see what happens when the 5-minute closes. Okay. This is Odd CHF Forex. Hey Mo, how you doing? What chart do I use? I'm either using FXCM charts or Owanda charts. And then a lot of times I'll go back and on my phone and I'll go on MT5 and mark this stuff up on my chart on my phone so that I can get like accurate entries. But this is just like for alerts. All right. 47 seconds left in that candle. So our liquidity already ran here, which gave us this big bullish push up. Price created some little like trend line here that price did not get on top of. We're watching on CHF because my alert went off. I don't remember where we stopped marking up. I think it was AJ. After this, I'll show GJ because somebody was asking about GJ, and then we'll finish marking up AJ. But what do I trade? I literally mark up everything. I have Trump coin on here because I'm holding it. And then I'm holding Bitcoin. And then sometimes I use these future pairs, GJ, Euro, stuff like that. I look at their charts and I like to see what they're doing and then compare it to GJ, right? How long did it take me to become profitable? I actually was profitable within my first year. What hindered my profitability was my greed, right? So I'm profitable now, but I had to learn that if I'm trading on $100 account and I'm up 25. I need to take the 25 and not try to shoot for 1,000, right? That's a lot of people's problem is greed because we see everybody making 10,000, 100,000, stuff like that. We want more money. You have to be okay with what you make and then look for the next trade. Roman, we're here trading now. Trying to wait on this. Let CHF let us know what it's going to do. I see a gap down here, but I wouldn't expect for it to come all the way down here before buying back up. I think we only marked up our weekly levels on odd. Yeah. No, don't ever beat yourself up about it. And if you're in demo, definitely stay in demo until you understand. I think a lot of people just overcomplicate it, right? I think that's what it is. I literally, like, the first time I put money in the market, I made money. So I don't know if you guys know about Jeremy Cash, but he had this like RSI strategy, and it was something about like them crossing and something the shark does something or whatever, and that was when I first found out about trading, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get my check and I'm gonna do this, and I got my check and I actually made money, and then I got back in and I lost money. Is this Romeo CRT zones with ICT concepts? So it's really just finding a strategy and sticking to it, right? But I suggest that you don't stick to support or resistance. If that is a part of your strategy, please leave it. All right, looks like price hit this area here and trying to move back up. What was this? This was a gap on some time frame. Nope, it was liquidity. It was this liquidity area right here. What we got left? All right, we got another 5-minute candle. We got 3 minutes left in this candle. Price left us with like somewhat of a doji indecision, but it's more towards the bullish side than the bearish side. You don't have a strategy, you're trying to understand more? Well, that's what we're here for. So just take notes when we do our next markup, okay? And then learning how to read candlesticks is a whole nother story. So I suggest you go to YouTube and type in the Candlestick Bible. There's this guy on there. He actually breaks down the whole Candlestick Bible. Learning your zones, right, where price reacts most, and then learning how to read these candlesticks. That's really what's going to help you. There's a whole nother gap right here. I definitely, we're just waiting now. So I'm going to set another alert, and I'm going to set alert on this trend line, because now what I want to see is price get on top of this trend line. And then when price close outside of this trend line, then come back in and retest it. Okay? All right. Yep, I use price action. The person that asked about GJ, are you still here before I go back over this chart? If not, if you don't speak up, we're going to go on to our next chart. Who asked about GJ? All right. All right. Where were we? Were we marking up AJ? All right. We was marking up AJ. So for the people that just came into the room and you said that you're new, I trade Romeo CRT zones, which is basically CRT stands for candle range theory. And it's basically that every candle trades into the candle before it, right? So you see how all these wicks come into the candle that was before it? Okay. So that's all we're catching is price coming back and trading to the 50% of that candle before it. Okay. So the ranges, I normally do them either on the monthly or the weekly. I say the monthly because the higher the time frame, the more powerful the zone is, right? So I marked the monthly low here because if you can see current price, which is these lines right here, is right near this monthly low. Okay, that's all I marked up. Then I came down to the weekly and we marked up this weekly fair value gap here. Now, a fair value gap happens when price doesn't completely trade into the last candle, right? So normally you'll see price coming in from wick to wick, right? And it won't leave a space. But when price does leave a space, that's because the market makers came into the market and they pushed volume into that area and it traded so fast and it continued to trade down so fast that the last candle didn't come in and fill the other candle. So it left a gap, right? And so when price leaves a gap, we know that these are areas of imbalance in the market. And market makers are going to come back and they're going to come back and fill in these areas. Sometimes they fill it up 100%, well, they'll go to this wick. Sometimes just 50%, where they'll only go 50% of the gap. Okay. So I mark 50% of my gaps. And I mark my gaps by using a rectangle candle. I'm sorry, the rectangle tool. And I go from the wick before the candle of the gap to the wick after the candle of the gap. And I use my magnet tool because as you can see, it just instantly grabbed that and it grabbed that. So that's the easiest way to mark it. And I only have my middle line marked up on my rectangle. I don't show the background or nothing else. I just have my middle line because that's how I mark up my 50%. Now you can use your fib, you can use the Gann fib, you can use any of those, but I just feel like the rectangle is just the easiest, okay? All right, so that's where we were on AJ. So we have our monthly here and our weekly here, our weekly fair value gap. Now I'm going to mark up my full weekly range. So I'm going to take my horizontal tool and I'm going to mark up last week's candle, the high, the low, and I'm going to take my rectangle tool again, pull it from the high to the low, and I'm going to mark up 50%, which is that line, that purple line. And then I'm going to delete my rectangle tool. All right. So when you trade the CRT range, you want to see either the high or the low being swept. Since we're closer to the high and we have this weekly fair value gap up here, I definitely want to see this high swept and I definitely want to see price come to this weekly and then I'll trade it back down to the 50%. Okay? Unless I see something on the lower time frame that can give me a decent entry to come up to this gap, then I'll take it up to this gap because that's 60 pips. It's a nice pip, right? But this sale is better. The sale's 155. So I would rather wait on 155 pips versus the 60 pips. Okay? All right, so now I'm going to come down to the daily. And if you see on our daily, we are in a downtrend. So that's why they say the trend is your friend. You really want to follow the trend also. All right. So this was a weekly fair value gap, and now I see a daily fair value gap. Price could come all the way up here before selling. It could come all the way up into this daily fair value gap before selling again. I'm not going to buy it at all. I'm just going to watch it. I'm just going to watch it. I am going to mark this one up, and I'm going to set alerts, and I am going to wait and allow price to tell me where it wants to go. Okay? All right, I'm going to come down to the 4 hour. I want to see what we have here on the 4 hour. We have a little flag pattern here. So you have your pole here, and then you see how price is somewhat moving sideways. This is our flag. So that's definitely letting us know that its price is going to come higher. All right. This is our monthly 50%, and that's why we have all this consolidation right here. We're on odd JPY. How do I use the trend lines? How do you use trend lines, or when do you use them? As far as drawing a trend line, so we can draw a trend line here. So you see how we have rejection right here. Price sold down to this area and then it bought up. Then price sold down to this area again and then it bought up. So in order to use a trend line, you need 2 rejection areas, right? And I use my trend line and my magnet tool, and I'll go to the first area and then place it along the second area. And you see that? So price could come all the way back down on this trend line and then buy up again. Or it could break through and then you will want to see price retest it and then sell. I have a video that I recorded on trend lines. It'll be on my page this week. All right. All right, so that's how you use trend lines. So right now, we are just waiting. Price is currently in this fair value gap here. Also, price is sitting on this fair value gap and this monthly 50%. US 30, well, we can look at that one next. But if that covered the unmitigated fair value gap, don't you think it'll come down to retest? You talking about this gap or this gap? I guess this one is unmitigated. Do I think it will come down here? Is what you're asking? It possibly can, right? I said it's going to buy. We want to see it buy before I want to see it sell. And this is where our last structure point was broken, right? So normally when liquidity is ran and when structure is broken, you get pullbacks. But I'm not looking for a buy, right? I want to wait for it to sell because our higher time frame is saying downtrend. But you very much so can wait to see if you're going to get an entry here, right? And then take it back up to your weekly gap and then possibly this daily gap. Now this entry here would be a lot better. Where we at? Was that a 4 hour gap? All right, so this 100 pips would actually be nice. This weekly here, this 4 hour gap, thank you for seeing that, would be nice. And that would be 100 pips. And you can take it up to your weekly high, or better yet, this weekly fair value gap. Now this I might actually look for. All right. Now we have a gap here. That price just hit. I would prefer this one over that one because that gap is still sitting inside of this consolidation, and consolidation is liquidity. So you want to see that liquidity be ran in that area. Okay. This last low didn't lead us to a new high either. So this is internal structure. Thank you, mouse. Mouse killer. Okay? So this is internal structure right here because this low didn't break that high. So price definitely could pull back further. And if it does, I'm really going to set me an alert right here. I like this one. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'll take that buy. And I'll take this buy because in order for our CRT range to be valid, a high or a low has to be ran. Okay? I need my weekly high to be ran. So eventually I know that price has to come up here and run this high, or it's going to trade all the way down here and run this low. Now, if it trades through here and gets underneath the 50%, then I know it's coming back down here. But it's too close to this weekly. This is the weekly. This is that daily. It's too close to this weekly gap. It's too close to this weekly gap for it not to come up here. It's 78 pips now. At first it was 60. Now it's 78 pips. Would I consider using the 20 and 50, 200 EMAs? I did used to use those EMAs, and I do like them. 200 was always like my TP. And I was literally looking at my chart the other day, and I was like, dang, I might add these EMAs back. Because they was nice. I think I had too much on my chart then. I was trying to remove some stuff. So for sure though, this comes here and gives us an entry, gives us a good rejection candle. I'm going to take that. And like I said, I'm going to take it first to this high. All right, trail that stop loss, and then to this weekly 50%. That's 100 pips all day. I like 100 pips. In my opinion, is this the best pair to trade during this session? Well, we're not trading anything right now, but JPY is definitely Asia session. But we're not trading anything right now. I normally don't like to trade anything on Sundays. I normally don't even trade on Mondays, but since I'm marking everything up, if we get confirmations, then yeah, we'll take it. GJ, are you the person that asked about GJ and then disappeared? All right, so we got our bias on AJ, everybody, before we look at GJ for this person. All right, price come down to this 4 hour, and it gives you a nice end candle, right? Get in. If it gives you a gap or something like that, wait for price to come back to that gap and then get in. But we want to see what price does here. We definitely want to see what price does here. No, not you? Okay. I'm not going to mess with you. So this 4 hour gap right here, y'all. Back to our weekly high and then our weekly fair value gap. 129 pips. Nicely. I want to, hold on, before we look at GJ, I want to see what is going on with the Australian dollar. Just alone by itself, because that thing, I want CME. AU USD. I want just Australian dollar. What's the broker? Yeah, I knew it would be CME. All right, Mr. Dave, you have a good day. Is it options? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find the odd chart. You see, I has JPY futures. They have one for odd, and I just want to see what it's looking like. Maybe if I type in odd futures. I should have already had them on my watch list. I don't know why I deleted them. See, that says AU. So if y'all didn't know, here it is. Australian dollar futures. There's a straight futures chart for every currency pair. So if you see, I just pulled up the yen one, and then there's one for odd, and then there's one for NZD, GBP. So what you can do is if you're focused on one pair, you can pull up the GBP futures chart. You can pull up the DXY, and then you can pull up GU, and you can compare all three charts to get your bias. Okay, let's see what odd is telling us. I hate these stupid lines. Oh, look at this. Odd just ran his high. Odd just ran last month's high. And now it's back underneath. We can very much so mark up to 50%. This is why I want to be careful with those buys because AJ was in a downtrend and then odd is in a downtrend. But the thing about AJ, yen is always like selling because as you know, um, their economy is bad and the cost of the yen isn't nothing. That's why you see all these people taking trips to Thailand and Bali and stuff like that because over there they use the yen and the exchange rate on our dollar is crazy. It's like 1 yen is like $100, right? The cost of living. That's why everybody taking the U.S. dollars over there, and they're welcoming us with open arms. They're like, yeah, come spend your money over here because we need it. All right, so prices come back underneath that monthly high. It's back underneath that monthly high. It's failing to create new highs. All of these, this is our high. This is the lower high. This is the lower high, right? We got a trend line. We got two trend lines because that one didn't quite connect. And prices going lower and lower, lower and lower. So we have liquidity here. Y'all see how equal these are? On the head. We have liquidity here, and then we have a gap here. So in order for AJ to run back up, which that is what it's doing, it's giving us a nice pullback. We want to see this pullback, and then we want to see price push back up. Okay. If not, this monthly CRT is gonna play out, and odd is gonna fall. Okay, and it's coming down here. It's coming to this gap, or it's coming to this 50% for sure. But right now it's underneath our monthly high. Okay. All right. Was we supposed to go back to GJ one more time? One more time. What do we have? GJ had a little consolidation downtrend area also, right? It's making a nice little trend here, right? We got lower high, not technically a lower low because we'd have had to come up underneath this area. It came into this gap and then it pushed back up, made another lower high. Now we have a lower low because it's lower than this. We have another lower high. Now we have a lower low. So we have this gap on the weekly, just like on AJ. We have this gap on the weekly that we want to see price trade up into and then trade lower. And now that we are looking at this GBP, we're looking at GJ. Now that we're looking at this the same way we're looking at AJ, we can get that move up, right? All right, because we want to see this weekly high being broken, and then we want to see price come to this weekly fair value gap. For sure, for sure. All right. So we could probably catch this both ways, up and down. Up and down. So where do we have an entry for a buy on GJ? Price pulled back. This is today's candle. It looked like price came here and then pushed back up. But I see a gap all the way down here. Price pulled back into this order block, right? This is a down move before a push up. Let's go down to the 1 hour. Let's see what it looks like down here. It's a gap. Beautifully. Price ran these lows right here. Then it traded on top. Looks like it's retesting this area. If it holds at this area, definitely get in for a buy and take it up back to weekly highs. Weekly highs is 74 pips. Weekly fair value gap is here. That's 113 pips. Baby, that's enough to eat, okay? That is enough to eat. Let's see what we're doing. Let's see. Where's our consolidation? All right, so it looks like we're probably getting some consolidation now. So when you get consolidation, you want to wait for liquidity to be ran, okay? You always want to see in consolidation, you want to see liquidity ran, and then you want to see the minor structure broken that will create your fair value gap, and then you want to see price pull back in. We don't trade double tops, baby. Where you see a double top at, though? We don't trade double tops. Are you talking about this and this? That's crazy. All right. So we're going to wait and see what happens at this gap here. And then we have a gap right here that hasn't been mitigated. This gap has already been ran, but let's see if it actually touched 50%. It did. It touched 50%. And then last week we was in this buy trend because we had a nice little break and retest of this trend line over here for whoever asked about trend lines. Where's our trend line? Now, this trade last week frustrated the heck out of me. I can't even pull the doggone fix the trend line back. That's not it. That's not it at all. Let me find it. I don't have a Telegram. I have a Discord. You can DM me free. I'm sorry, y'all haven't told y'all. So we're doing $100 to $1,000 challenge. Okay, you can DM me free, and I will send you a link to where you can get into the Discord for free for the next 30 days. But the same trades that we're taking in the Discord, I call on TikTok also. So if you see last week, if you go back to my page, I called that CAD CHF trade. Okay, so I'm calling the same ones on TikTok. I'm trying to find my trend line. Hold on. There we go. This trend line right here. And then this was news. That news happened and it came right into this gap right here. But I got faked out because I got in here. Right? So we had a nice little break and retest. But of course, was holding it for it to come back to the weekly high. And then it came back down, hit my stop loss, and left. I wanted to cry. Oh, I wanted to cry. So I was liquidity on that day, guys. We try our best not to be liquidity. Okay? That's why we like to wait and let that you want to see that liquidity sweep for sure. All right, so I found liquidity. I found it. Y'all see these two candles right here? How perfect they are. That's liquidity. Equal highs, equal lows, consolidation areas. All right. I'm going to let price get on top of this. It's 8:30 and we could buy GJ. It's 8:30. See, that's why we wait. This is exactly why we wait. We got a little tiny trend line here too. Let me show y'all. You can wait for price to get on top of that trend line. Now see that? Where we got this rejection here. Price came back, traded that rejection. We can wait for price to get on top of this one and then retest it. It'll probably come right back down to this gap and retest it. So I'm going to send an alert here. So when price cross it, we'll come back. I use all time frames, top down analysis, and most of my entries are on the 1 minute, 3 minute, and 5 minute. So with UJ, you can wait for price to get back in this one too. What we got here? Y'all see how CJ's still playing inside of this wedge. AJ's moving on down. It's moving on down. So nothing has given us a confirmation for entry yet. No, I actually do intraday. No swing trading. Don't ever listen to her and trade Forex, trade futures. It's not 2015 anymore. Oh, done. It's not. Okay, let me make sure I do this because yesterday I was like, why was it doing this? And we got disconnected. It's not 2015 anymore, John. But some of us like Forex. I trade Forex and futures actually. So welcome into the live and goodbye. Have a good day. Listen, guys. Futures, Forex, options, stocks. I don't care what it is. You're going to find a chart for it here on TradingView. Learn how to read the charts and you can trade whatever you want to trade. So I trade Forex and futures because I actually like how NAS and US 30 plays out over on the future side because the spread is tighter, right? But on the future side, I can't really trade GU and EU, but you can just trade like GBP. But I don't want to just trade GBP. And then I also like to do my small account flips, which is why I still like Forex and I trade both of them, right? And eventually I'm going to be in the stock options. I just have to learn the lingo and find a broker, right? That's all I have to do is learn the language. So there's puts and calls and then something else. I don't know. So learn how to read the charts and you can trade whatever you want to trade. All right. So now we are on EJ. EJ got this flagpole going on too, where it's got this long up move, and now we're in this sideways consolidation here. Now, EJ price is sitting right inside of this monthly gap, and it looks like it's underneath it. Yep, it's underneath the 50%. I am going to mark this area because the higher time frame zones price is like a magnet. The Why it look like it's a whole area skipped? What is this? If I missed your comment, I'm sorry. Do I have specific chart patterns that I use? I like the flag and I like the wedges. I like those. All right, so I'm marking this because higher time frame zones prices like a magnet. And as you can see on one of the other pairs that we were on, price touched that higher time frame zone like it was in that area for 8 weeks. 8 weeks. EU's on here somewhere. It's one, two pairs down. We'll get to it. So price could come back up and touch this area. All right. We haven't gotten a monthly CRT, but price did trade back into the 50% of this, but it did not break that high. Now it almost looks like price gave us equal highs, and I want to zoom in and see. All right, so they're not quite equal. I don't know if y'all can see it, but there's a tiny itty bitty piece of space, but they're relatively equal. Let's see if y'all can see that. Y'all see that? How it's not exactly equal, but there's a little bit of space right there. A little bit. So price didn't run that, but it's like, oh, I tried. So it's definitely probably going to try to come back up that way. So I am going to mark my monthly high. All right. Why does it look? Okay. I'm not going to mark my 50% because price looks like it's on top of the monthly 50%, and I'll show you. See that? Prices, this is current price all the way up here. 50% is here. We trade everything. We're marking up everything for the week. We found some potential entries on JPY pairs. We're just waiting on confirmations. All right, so now we're going to go down to our weekly, and let's look at our weekly. If you can see, price didn't give us any new highs or new lows. We're somewhat in a consolidation area on a weekly, right? And I say somewhat because it did run this area, right? But it didn't trade lower than here or here. Well, it did trade lower than here, but it didn't trade lower than here. It's all in the same area. Almost looks like a W, right? But I don't trade like M's and W patterns, but it almost looks like a W. So this is our consolidation area. Now I'm going to mark up my weekly CRT zone, my weekly high, my weekly low, and my weekly 50%. Now remember, we're only 2 days left in this monthly candle. 2 days left in these monthly candles. Technically 3. 2 days and 21 hours. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is all we have left. Remember, this is our monthly 50%. This is our weekly high. I'm sorry, our monthly high. And then this is our weekly high. Virgin, we trade everything. I don't know if you're asking it again. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay. All right. So again, with the CRT range, we want to see a high or a low, our weekly high or our weekly low being swept. So with this, oh, look at this. Wait a minute. Liquidity right at our weekly high. Y'all see that? Now, so this was liquidity here, and it was liquidity on the monthly. Put my line back. So for sure, we definitely want to see price trade up there. How far are we from it? That's a good 100 pips. So now let's see, where can we get in? Again, goodness gracious. That's nice. That's nice. All right. So price ran this low. It came and broke this structure, left this gap here. Price came back to this gap on the 7th, and then it's been moving sideways. Y'all see this consolidation here? More consolidation. This is EJ. We're on Forex. More consolidation. Do I use fibs? Sometimes, but not really. Sometimes. All right. So we have our consolidation right here. Price just broke out of this consolidation zone. Gave us a nice bullish push up. Gave us a nice bullish push up, but it did not break the high, and it did not take this liquidity, and it didn't give us a new high. Am I ACT trader? I am. Who is it these days, right? All hail the king, man. The way he breaks a chart down is mind-blowing. Okay. So it did not give us a new high. It gave us this consolidation area, nice bullish push up. Let's go down to the 4-hour. Let's see what we are getting on this 4-hour. All right. Let's see. This is our structure point within all of this consolidation, all of this internal structure. This was our last structure point because it took us down to our last low. Y'all see that? So we had a low here, a lower high here, a low here, another lower high here. Now you can take it down to here, and it took it to here, but it didn't break that, right? So then you take it to here, and then it took it to there, and it left equal highs. So technically, this is one move. This right here is one structure move. And then it came up and it broke this area right here. So this is our break of structure. This is our break of structure. We're on EJ, the 4-hour. So as we know, when you get a break of structure or liquidity, when a structure is broken or liquidity is ran, you will get a pullback. This is EJ. We're on the 4-hour. We're walking it down. All right. So our structure was broken. We're getting our pullback. Where is price going to pull back to so that we can get in? That's the question. Okay, beautifully. We have a gap here and a gap here. Now, this is where a lot of people will use fibs, right? They'll use this leg and they'll draw a fib from the low to the high, right? And I say this leg and not from all the way down here because within here we got our internal structure, right? This was our last like leg move. And technically you got to pull back here and then here, so you could be here. Okay. Let me turn this magnet tool off. This is why I'm not a fan of a fib, because I can only get the fib right on like 15-minute structure. Can I teach you personally? There is a link in the bio if you want one-on-one mentorship. But right now we're doing it here for free on TikTok. Every day we'll be here at what time did we say, y'all? 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock. I'ma stick to it. Now I do have a mentorship program also myself. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I think we might have to change that time. I also do credit repair, so I invested in a mentor with that. So if y'all looking for funding, I got y'all on that aspect. We got all the insiders to lenders and bankers that you need. If your credit isn't right, I got you. We'll fix that credit so that we can get you some funding. All right, so back to it. Also, we are doing $100 to $1,000 challenge. If you are new in here, DM me free, and you will get a free 30-day pass into the inner circle. Okay. All right. So we have this gap right here. This gap right here. We could possibly buy up from here, or price could pull back further within this structure, right? It's no longer valid if it breaks this area. If it breaks this area, buys are no longer valid. And this lines up with the rest of it, right? All the other ones, all the other JPY pairs, we were looking for pullbacks to get in those buys. Okay, this is what we can do here. Oh, I thought I saw a gap. I thought I saw a gap right here. I was about to get happy. Price is rejecting this area nicely. Okay, I see a gap here on the 1 minute. The only thing that I'm not quite sure about, well, no, I can't say that. So we have this little consolidation here. Our liquidity was ran. I was going to say the only thing I wasn't sure is if liquidity was ran. So we had all these little equal lows right here. Liquidity ran, and y'all see how it broke this little minor structure and left us with a gap. It didn't respect it though. It came right back down. It came into this order block right here. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. We're looking for entries. We're looking for entries. So it came back into our order block. This was the first entry. We missed that. Price gets on top of this and breaks this, then we'll look for a pullback. Okay. One thing I hate, y'all, is drawdown. That's one thing I hate. I hate drawdown. See, there's a whole nother gap right here that it could come to. And you see how you have this little tiny trend line right here? This is another flag. You see how you got the pole and then this pullback? Gosh darn it, my phone just died. Hey, don't wait. Well, I gotta put my phone up if I want to get into anything. But no, I need a break. Price is on top of this gap here. Hold on, y'all. I need to get my charger. Dang, we lost 20 people because I had to get my charger. Come on, guys, give me a break. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Let's go. We're on top of this. When my phone gets back on, I'm getting in. Okay. Let me move this up to the top of my watch list. Hold on. What's going on with our other GJ pairs? Our other pairs. See how that's still not letting us in. What time is it? It's 8:39. I don't know what happened to my home page. I had for its factory saved. What do we have this week? Okay, only CAD news tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 28th, right? CAD news. We got some odd USD on Tuesday. Is it NFP week? It's NFP week. First Friday in the month. All right. Price always moves iffy during NFP week. And see why I said I wanted to wait for that to break? I don't like drawdown. I don't like drawdown. So we're going to get off the chart so that we don't rush our entry. And we'll wait for price to break that, okay? All right, what was next? Somebody said EU. I'll move this down and we can do EU. Who wanted EU? Are y'all still in here? Ugh, what is this? That's ugly. Do GJ? We did GJ. We're looking for the same thing. We're looking for those buys because we got this weekly gap up here. No, you good. We're looking for buys to come up to this weekly fair value gap and run last week's high. Gold, we was looking for buys on gold too. Look like price respected this hourly gap and pushed up from there. Give us another gap. Whatever this area is, it's failing to close above that area. I got a bunch of lines on gold. It's a gap. It's a gap right here. It's failing to close above this gap. I say let price get on top of that gap right here, get on top of this hourly gap, and then take it to that 4-hour gap. I don't trade exotic, but I mean the chart is a chart, so we can mark it up. Gold is playing games. This is why all I do is mark up on Sundays. Sundays and Mondays, you get that, right? Now, if you get a confirmation, then get in. If you get a confirmation, then get in. But the only thing about this is it came down to this gap and then it went bullish, right? But it's not breaking this gap. It's not breaking this gap. It got on top of the gap, then decided to come back down. Yes, only trade the golden days. I find Wednesday and Thursday have the best movement. What's a fair value gap? This is a fair value gap. You see how you got this big space right here? But most of the other candles, you see how they just trade back into each other? Right? No spaces. This is a fair value gap. This is a fair value gap. But since price traded through this one, it's now an inversion fair value gap. Yeah, it faked you out. Yeah, we see See, you just gotta mark up on Sundays and just walk away. You know, set your levels, set your alerts where price is gonna come to, and then wait, and then wait. Okay, because look at that. That's consolidation. That's consolidation all day. Then it's got a little gap right here. Price could spike up to here and then come back down. It's got a whole gap down here. I was saying that I would like to see for price to come down. Was it on the 30 minute? Right here. So you see how we got this trend line liquidity, right? Price ran it. I would like to see for price to come back down here and retest this trend line and touch this gap right here and then buy, right? That's what I would like to see. You caught that hold? That's good. If it doesn't move for London, then it won't move for New York. Sometimes, but sometimes it'll consolidate during London and then move for New York. So what I learned is most of the time different sessions will have a different phase, right? So you'll have your consolidation in one phase and then you'll have your consolidation in one session and then you'll have your breakout in another session. So what you want to do is you want to see what happened in the session before. Okay? 9 times out of 10 you want to see what happened in the session before. Listen, gold is flying because of everything that y'all, Kaya says hello. Hi Kaya. Because I can't say his name and I don't want to be disrespectful. So y'all know who I'm talking about. But because of everything that he's doing right now, gold since the beginning of time has been valuable, right? It's always been that thing where they say buy and hold, right? Before Bitcoin, gold was that girl. Okay? So gold is always gonna be valuable, even if it's pulling back. It's one of those things where it's buy the dip. Because one day there's going to be a time where our dollar really isn't going to be worth anything and they're going to be trading gold because everywhere people have gold. Gold is valuable. Okay? Stop fighting me. Now you can't buy the dip. Listen, gold is one of those things that you find a good entry on a higher time frame and then you hold it and don't look at it. Okay? You see how it came back to this area right here? Then you hold it and don't look at it. Just let it do what it do. All right. What did you say? USD MXN? We can. I got a lot left on my list to mark up, but we'll add it. Let's do it. Gold smoked me when it fell. I'm sorry that you got smoked, friend. USD peso. All right. USDMXN. Here on the monthly, it ran that high and it ran the low. I don't even know how to. 3,134. What? What is that? I don't even know how to read the pips. But it looks like we're pretty far from this monthly low. So we're not going to mark anything on the monthly. For sure, for sure. We got this weekly gap here. It's in some kind of funky trend. We definitely got higher highs on. I'm sorry, y'all. We broke up. All we can really do is mark up our weekly CRT. Okay. So we mark up our low, our high, and 50% of our range. Since price is near this low, I would want to see that low being ran first and then trade it back up to the 50%. Trade it back up to the 50%. It's like nothing here. Nothing. Okay, here's a gap. Let's see where we are on this gap. Okay, okay. Look at that. Can y'all see that? Price came down. It touched this gap once. It traded back up. Came down underneath the gap. Closed above the gap. Came down. Closed underneath the gap this time. Now it's retesting that gap again. Gold seller buy, no manipulation yet unless dudes want to donate. It's gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. What broker do I use? I use CoinX. You guys, I just came into an affiliate partner with a prop firm. I'm gonna test it out for y'all first. Give me about a month, and then I'll let y'all know. Sell. Pablo says sell. I mean, we are at this gap, but let's see. Is it really giving us some rejection? Is it really giving us some rejection? I would, if it gives me the signs, because and I would take it down here to this weekly low for sure, because that's what we're near. I don't see any gaps right here in this area. What do we look like on the 1 hour? Price ran this liquidity. Y'all remember break a structure, price pulls back, liquidity run, price pulls back, price ran this. Now we broke these, it sold and broke these lows. All right. I would not rush to sell this just yet, right? Because we had this whole leg right here. I would wait for some type of pullback before I sell. Probably just chill, wait till it's London. Right, we just marking up. It's Sunday. It's Sunday, guys. Market just open. We're just marking up our charts for the week. But I definitely will wait to get some type of pullback. And there's a whole gap right here on the 4 hour that I will actually sell at. And then you can take it to that weekly low. Okay? That's what I would do. I can't just sell here. Unless, because I mean, this is a gap. Unless it really is just showing you, okay, we got another gap here. Unless it really is just showing you rejection signs. We got another gap here. If you get rejection signs and then price closes underneath this gap, because remember this was a 4 hour, it was a 4 hour gap. Now remember, though, it was a 4 hour gap, but it's already been touched several times. Was it 4 hour or daily? Where'd it go? Here it go. It's daily. It's already been touched several times. So it's been disrespected several times. But where do we find? We found this 15-minute gap. We found this 15-minute gap, which would go with our 15-minute structure, right? So we got low, lower high, low, lower high, low, and then price reject here. You can get another lower high and take it down to that weekly low. Considering it invalidated that bearish 1 hour, I would start looking for buys into that 4 hour. It invalidated the bearish 1 hour. I don't understand what you mean it invalidated the bearish 1 hour. Are you talking about 1 hour candle? You would look for buys into the 4 hour? I wouldn't buy at all. I would wait for it to get here and then sell. You could buy though. I mean, what we got? GJ's Crossing. If you're just anxious to take a trade, wait for it to get on top of this gap and show you that it wants to come up into this 4 hour. And you could do that. Only sell anything with USD in front. All right, GJ crossed our area. It's crossing down. I know I had an alert for up. All right, so now we're trying to see if it's going to come down here. Let's see if it's going to pull back into here. If it pulls back into here and shows us what we want to see, then we'll buy up. So I'm going to set another alert here. Stop it. I'm here. Can y'all hear that noise? Move notification to center. Okay. We got a liquidity move on EJ. We might just get consolidation this whole session. Yeah, ain't buying it either. Price is overall bearish. Get ready for Tokyo. Get ready for London. London is definitely when everything's gonna move. So we might just come back and go live on London and see what happens. I'm gonna be half asleep and I'm gonna definitely have my robe and a bonnet on because it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me. It's 2 o'clock in the morning for me, but when the market is open. All right, y'all. So we got all of our alerts set. Let's go back to EU. Or we can do the dollar because we didn't do the dollar yet. Let's see. Let's look at the dollar. Y'all, this is such an old drawing, and I left it on there because everything was still valid. So y'all can see we was in like this wedge pattern, and now we're breaking out of it. We're breaking out of it, and price is still moving downward. It ran this liquidity here. Let's delete it though. Let's see. Intraday. I don't want to hold a trade no longer than 3 days. Definitely don't want to hold it Friday market close. I'm gonna be upset if I gotta hold it that long. All right, so it looks like price is below this gap here. It's below this monthly gap. Nowhere near our monthly CRT. And it came down into this gap here, but it traded away. Kai, what are you doing? Hit it to a T. All right, let's come down to our weekly. Looks like price is trying to come back up here to this weekly gap. Oh, wow. Yep, that's why we let Sundays play out. And sometimes you gotta let Mondays play out too. You know? All right. So I marked this weekly gap. This was a monthly gap, and this was a monthly gap. Now I'm going to mark up last week's high and 50%. I'm not going to mark up the low because I already have this gap down here that's near the low. Gold trying to break out bearish. That's why I said I wanted to pull down further. There's a gap on the 15-minute that I want to wait to see it buy from. If it gets down there and shows me what I need to see, then I'll take it. But if not, I'm going to leave gold be. Because gold is finicky sometimes to me. All right, so it looks like we're somewhat in consolidation, right, in this area here. Right in this area here on the dollar. All right, we got a gap here. Let's see if it hit 50%. Okay, so this was our weekly high, and then we have a gap here on the 4-hour. Let's see if price trades back up here and then continues lower, because the dollar is definitely in this bearish trend right now. And then if it does continue lower, then that'll push gold back up. Excuse me. Okay. Now, if the dollar gets on top of this and decides it wants to go up for that weekly gap, and even on that weekly gap right there, there's another fair value gap right here. So it could possibly do that, and then that'll send gold down some more. You see gold back to previous lows, and it could. And it definitely could, right? So I say it all depends on this gap right here. It all depends on what happens here. If price gets on top of this, then it's coming up for this weekly high, and it's coming up for this weekly gap. And then I got a fake page. What? That's crazy. Does TikTok have the blue check marks like Instagram? Because I need to do that. So for sure, we're going to watch the dollar and watch what the dollar is doing. Hey, Dika, watch what the dollar is doing. Okay? So if the dollar rejects from here and it trades lower, then gold is going to go back up. If the dollar decides it wants to get on top of this gap, then it's going to go for these weekly highs and it's going to go for that weekly gap. All right, let's get on to EU. I got a few more left. I'm deleting this off of my watch list because I'm definitely not trading that. Where we at? That was $1. All right, EU. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 60 more pairs left. We can do it. Then my watch list will be done. Okay, EU on the monthly. Look at that. It hit that fair value gap. Whoever swing trades this, now this was a beautiful trade for them. That it just bought for 3 months straight. That was a beautiful trade. All right, I don't see anything on the monthly that I should mark off, so I'm gonna go down to the weekly. I'm sorry, let me move that back up. Hey, Infinity, do you trade gold? We literally was just looking at gold. We literally just marked it up. We were saying, I'll go back to the dollar for you real quick. We were saying watch out for this 4-hour. There's a 4-hour fair value gap right here, right? So with the dollar being in a downtrend, there's a gap on the 4-hour frame around 1850. Okay, we'll look at it. With the dollar being in a downtrend, if it comes back to right here and rejects and goes lower, then of course gold is going to go higher. But if the dollar gets on top of this and it trades higher, then gold is going to go lower. So you said there is a 4-hour gap. Are you talking about all the way down here? You said 18 something. 1850. Why my number's different than yours? Are you talking about this gap? Because that one's already been ran. Or are you talking about this gap? Okay, let's delete it and let's walk this back out. Okay, right here. Right here. All right. 1850. 1850 what? My numbers is different. We in the 3000s. 309. Are you not looking at the 3000 part and you just taking that off? Cuz you confusing me. Let's see. Then it'll be 296. But this is, I'm pretty sure that's the gap you're talking about. So let's remark up gold. Let's walk out gold again because I marked this one up yesterday. But let's mark this up with y'all. All right. So on the monthly, as you can see, we've been straight bullish since November, right? There's no reason to mark our monthly high from our CRT range because we've already came back and traded back into that candle and then we shot off. We can go back to our weekly, all right? And here on our weekly, I see a baby gap right here. So I am going to mark that. And then I'm going to mark my weekly CRT, which is my weekly high, my weekly low, and then 50% of my CRT range. All right. Price very much so. If it comes down and run this weekly low, it's going to touch this gap. It's going to touch this gap. All right. So now we're going to go down to our daily. And right now, our daily is showing us consolidation, right? Because it's not, we haven't gotten a higher low within the last 1, 2, 3 days. It's been trading within this area within the last 3 days. And then price also came down and touched this gap and traded away from it. Right? It actually hasn't touched 50%. That's inducement. When price comes just enough to the 50%, it doesn't touch it and trades away. That's inducement. So we could very much so still be coming back down. We got our low here. We got a gap, a weekly gap, and a daily gap here. So I'm actually going to move my low into this daily gap because this daily gap is more important than my weekly low. All right. So now we go to our 4-hour. And right here on our 4-hour is that gap that Dika was talking about. We got gaps on top of gaps on top of gaps, letting us know that it's probably going to come back down. But we also have this gap here. This gap here is probably what's going to send us back down. But then again, there was a gap on the hour that price traded on top of and then decided to come back beneath it. So, don't know. Yep, Daniel, that's what we're coming to the conclusion is that we're probably coming back down because we got a weekly gap down there. We got our weekly low. We got that daily gap. And now we got this 4-hour gap. We got all types of gaps right in the same area. It would be crazy for price not to come back down there, right? All right, so we got a gap here on the 2-hour. So this is what gave us that little buy movement when price opened. And then we had another gap, this one right here. This gap right here on the hourly. And it looks like this is where price is playing in between. You see that? This hourly gap and this 2-hourly gap. We're on gold. So I wouldn't get in for a sale until we get underneath this 2 hour gap and this hour gap. Me personally. Because as you can see, it's bouncing around. Let price trade underneath and then come back and retest and then definitely come back and get all these, all of these, all these lows. Okay? Because we got all our gaps down here. All our gaps down here. Gold, right? But then again, it's still sitting on top of this 2 hour. It could very much so come up to this 4 hour, right? When you have all these gaps stacked on it like that, you have to wait and let price let you know what it wants to do first. Okay? So we definitely got our weekly low down here. We got a weekly gap down here. We got a 4 hour gap down here. But price is bouncing in between this 2 hour gap and this 1 hour gap. If price decides to get back on top of this 1 hour gap, then you take it back up to this one. If price decides to get underneath this one, then you take it down, right? And then you wait and let price show you what else it's gonna do. Because, but for sure, that weekly gap, I'd definitely be a buyer in that one. I scale in small just to see, because a lot of times gold likes to move like indices where to wick you out a little bit. So I would definitely wait for some type of confirmation, but that weekly gap, that's where I would be a buyer in again. So I'm definitely gonna set my alert for down here. I don't care to be doing all this back and forth movement. I don't care if this don't happen till next week. When this alert go off, I'm gonna be in there. All right. But it's NFP week, guys. It's NFP week. I cannot stress during NFP week that you follow your plan. My plan is liquidity run, break of structure that creates a gap. When that gap is created from breaking structure, then I want price to pull back into my gap, and my entry is always at 50%. And then I'm going to take it to my higher, my low. Okay? So that's what we got on gold. You see how it's playing around though? Don't just hop in for a sale. I wouldn't do it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. See, there's a whole nother little gap right here. See, price came up from that 2 hour, it hit that 1 hour. Now it's playing around on that 1 hour gap. All right. Let it do what it do and be patient. Be patient. All right. All right. So where we marked the we didn't mark up EU yet? Golly. All right. Let's go back to EU. I'm cool, Ozzy. Oh, I like to think so myself sometimes. All right. Let's go back to EU. So, yeah, that's what I was saying. Whoever swing trades, they caught this beautiful trade, like 3 months. How many pips was this? Sheesh. Now could never even imagine catching 1,300 pips, but ain't no way my patience would let me hold this for 243 days. There's no way. But shout out to all you swing traders out there catching that bag. All right, so there's nothing on my monthly for me to add. So I'm just gonna mark up my weekly CRT and this weekly gap right here. Kaya, where them kids go? Hold on, y'all. It's getting dark and my kids ain't came back in the house yet. And my daddy called me. All right, I'm about to mark up this weekly CRT, which is the high and the low and 50% of last week's candle. Y'all, we got a park in our neighborhood. I think I'm gonna have to go pull up at the park. It's 8 o'clock and it's getting dark. Ooh, that was bars. Y'all like how I rhyme like that? And my daughter not picking up her phone. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to take a quick intermission. I'll be back. If you want to choose to talk amongst yourselves and hold, I'll be back. Joe, get in the tub. Hey, Koya. Yeah, we were finding setups for the week, but I had to go find my kids. I don't even know why I'm putting these on. All right. Thank y'all for sticking around. All right. Where were we at? It looks like we did our monthly. We did our weekly. This is a weekly gap here. Our weekly low, weekly 50%, weekly high. All right, so we're on our daily here. I don't see too much of anything that really needs to be marked up into this area. Price hasn't given us any new lows or any new highs. Let's see. All right, so we got that same 4-hour gap on EU as we do on the dollar. Okay, so this is going to tell us what we want to see for the week. If price is going to come underneath this, or if price is going to come higher. So this is our weekly low. This would be our setup for a weekly CRT, right? If price comes down and runs this low and then gets back on top of here, gives us our break of structure move, and then continues higher, this would be our setup for CRT move. So I'm just going to, I'm actually going to move my weekly low onto this gap. And then I'm going to set an alert here. All right. And that's pretty much all I'm going to do for EU. And we'll just wait to see what's happening. I want to look at GJ though to double check, see what's going on. It's definitely moving now. Okay. All right. Let's get into GBP odd. Ooh, okay. Has anybody been on here since we've been talking about our CRT ranges and our monthly? What do y'all see? What do you see? All right. So if we have new people on our monthly, the higher the time frame, um, the more potent the zone is. Let's say that the more price is attracted to that area. So price has already ran our weekly high, and now it looks like it's coming back down to retest it or possibly trade back lower. We could possibly be getting a monthly CRT move. Let's see if price hit 50% on this monthly. All right, so price did already hit 50%. But I'm still going to mark up this monthly zone because price is near it. And I know price is near because these dotted lines right here, that's current price. Okay? So this is our monthly zone. All right? Let's go down to the weekly. And as you can see, price has hit this monthly zone 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 4 times. We had a weekly gap here. Price hasn't hit this weekly gap yet, so I am going to mark that up. And that weekly gap would align with our weekly CRT move, okay? So I'm going to mark up my weekly low, which is right here, my weekly high, and 50% of last week's candle. For our CRT range to be valid, what we always look for is a low or a high to be swept. Since this weekly gap is right here, I for sure want to see this weekly low swept, and then price touch that weekly gap, and then trade back up to our 50%. That's 149 pips beautifully. All right, let's go down to our daily. See how we just got this consolidation right here? It's just playing along that monthly. No, I don't do stocks. Sorry, Zeta stocks. It's just playing along that monthly area. Look at that. That's ill. Ew. 18 days. Yeah. GBP odd. Might not be the move. Although I do see liquidity up here. It like I said, if it shows us what we need to see, I'm gonna take it. But all of this consolidation, because it's in this monthly range, and we only have 2 days left of this candle, GBP odd could very much so just still consolidate for these last 2 days, right? I think we had some red folder news on GBP that could potentially give us what we need to see, and then we do have NFP on Friday. We got JPY news. Okay, I don't see any GBP news. That JPY news though, that's gonna move everything. What day is this? Now that's when you want to be careful. JPY news is crazy. The 30th. What day is the 30th? It's the 27th, the 30th, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesdays is normally when the market starts to pick up in volume 2, and it's during Asia session. We're gonna watch this on Wednesday. I'll be here for live. That's gonna be nice. But this is all we have for GBP odd. I am gonna set an alert here. I don't want to touch it until it gets there, just because of how ugly that is. All right. Hey, skinny. All right, Euro odd. Let's see what we got. It's not near our monthly. It ran that liquidity right here, which caused that turnaround. So let's come down to the weekly. Ooh, look at what we see. What do we see on this weekly, guys? We see consolidation, price ran liquidity, bam, equal lows right there. Price ran liquidity, price broke structure to the upside and left us with 1, 2, 3 gaps. I'm going to pay attention to this gap right here because it is the closest to price. So I'm going to mark up this gap. And I am also going to mark up my weekly CRT. My low, my high, and 50% of the range. All right. Now this is one of those ones to where you sent free. Okay, Ozzy, I'll take care of you tonight when we get off of this, okay? If you're new in here, guys, I am offering a 30-day promotion. DM me free, and you can join my inner circle. We are doing $100 to $1,000 challenge, okay? All right, so this is one of the ones where I would like to see a sell on this, right? And I want to see a sell because I want price to come down to this gap. So I want to see price come underneath my weekly low and then retest it and then come back down to this gap. That's what I want to see for Euro odd. Okay, odd CHF. What we got? Price is crossing up. So what we had on odd CHF, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I checked my gaps 12 times just to make sure. Just to make sure. Okay. So what we had on odd CHF, y'all, we saw this weekly fair value gap here, and then we also know that price has to run these weekly highs for our CRT range to be valid, right? And so, what was it? Yesterday, we came and marked this up, and we noticed that price had liquidity right here. It had liquidity here, and also a gap right here on the hour, okay? So I had said originally my first alarm was right here on this gap. And what happened was price opened today and it came down to this gap and then it shot up. It shot up and then it left this big gap right here, which is why I have this purple line. So then I set another alert and I was like, well, I'll wait for price to get on top of this gap. And it looks like price decided to trade down into this order block and then decided to move up. So then I also saw that price created this little trend line, right? Y'all see how price hit this trend line? Let me make sure it's right. Price hit this trend line and traded below. Price hit this trend line, traded below. Hit this trend line, traded below. So then I set an alert on my trend line because now I want to wait for a break and retest. ICT. So now I want to wait for a break and retest. So we got our trend line touch, but it's not breaking it. So I'm not getting in until we get on top of this trend line. I'm not getting in for a buy until we get on top of this trend line. But once I do get in for a buy, I'm taking it up. TP1, golly. TP1 is last week's high, right? And this is another one of those ones where we want to use the high as a zone to retest off of, right? So TP1 is last week's high, and then I want to see price get on top of that, retest it, and then take it up to this weekly fair value gap, okay? So when price gets to TP1, I'm going to take partials and move my stop loss to break even, and I want to make sure it's going to actually break this high versus coming back in and giving us a turtle soup move, okay? So if it does break this high, I'm taking it up to that weekly fair value gap. If it doesn't, I'm probably just going to be stopped out and profit, because remember I took partials, and then I'll decide if I want to take a turtle soup move down to the 50%. It's a good 85 pips, so both of them is good trades. But I would prefer this one, right? Because that's 130. Okay, so that's how we pay odd CHF. So we haven't gotten on top of this yet. Let's see what it's looking like. I don't see any gaps or anything, so my alert's still set. It's gonna go back off when it comes back to it, okay? All right, so we finished GBP odd, Euro odd, we finished. All right, what's next? SPX, where is NAS? I'm gonna move that up here, and let me move NAS and US 30 up here, and we'll do those next. Why is NAS not up here? All right, so we'll do SPX and NAS and US 30 next. I like those to go up to the top because I do like to scalp those during the week. Mainly NAS and SPX, not so much US 30. All right, so SPX. I do the same thing on SPX, right? And NAS on indices. I use my weekly CRT range because I've been noticing that it plays out. But sometimes I'll just do the 4 hour range, right? So Wednesday, I'll say, we'll come and we'll trade live New York session Wednesday, and I'll show y'all how that 4 hour CRT plays out. And then I'll record it if y'all can't make it, and I'll post it. All right. So we got this big down move this month because of all of the tariffs and everything that was going on. But the market is it never fails on how it works because it came right down into a fair value gap right here, right here, and pushed it right back up. Okay, I'm not gonna keep that because it's so far from price. Now, where are we? We're right here next to our monthly low. Remember that those monthly time frames, those zones, uh, attract price. Now, technically, this isn't a fair value gap yet until this monthly candle closes. Okay, so I can't mark this up as a fair value gap until this candle closes in the next 2 days and 20 hours. So that's all we have on our week on our monthly. Okay. Now we're gonna come down to our weekly, and I see that we have a weekly gap right here that price induced. Okay, inducement is when price comes right near the area, doesn't touch it, but it does what it's supposed to do, right? So it didn't touch it as far as touching the zone and selling. It came near the zone and then it sold. So that's inducement because price is going to come back to that area. It just got people in the trade early. Okay. So since I have this fair value gap here and my weekly high is here, I'm just going to keep my fair value gap. I'm not going to mark my weekly high. They're too close to have both of them sitting on top of each other. I'm going to mark my weekly 50%. And I am going to mark my weekly low. we're going to come down to the daily. As you can see, price hit that monthly fair value gap and it shot up. It gave us a pullback and now it looks like it wants to go higher. Okay? But we can come into this weekly gap and then price trade lower, which would validate our weekly CRT move. Okay? Price created a gap here. Y'all see that? Tuesday to Wednesday. This wasn't a new week open gap. It was probably like a open session gap. Okay? Price came down and it didn't fill it. It just came to 50%. So we still got some area within this gap that price can fill. To make this sell valid, I want to see price come up here and hit my weekly fair value gap. And then I am also going to wait for price to get under here. Because again, these zones are used, let's say like support resistance, but this is the real support resistance. So you don't want price to trade up here, reject, and then hit here, and then go higher, right? This is why I want to wait for price to trade up here and then get underneath this area and then retest this area and show me that it wants to go lower, okay? And then when it goes lower, I'm going to take it to my 50% of this area, 50% of my weekly. See, there's all kinds of gaps. There's another gap right here that it could come into. So I'm definitely going to wait. I've been trading for 4 years now, to be 5 in August. My trade anniversary is coming up. So this is all I'm going to do. I'm going to sit on my hands and I'm going to wait and let price show me what it's going to do. And then Wednesday we will live trade it and I will show y'all how to trade that 4-hour CRT. It actually looks like the 4-hour CRT already played out. Hold on. Let me show y'all. It literally already played out. And I know just by looking at the candles, right? So this is what you want to see on a 4-hour CRT. You do the same thing. You mark your low, you mark your high, and you mark 50% of the zone. This is how you can catch some easy scalps on NAS US 30 SPX, right? We know that NAS gives out 100 pips easy, or points is what they call it, okay? So what you want to see is the low or the high being swept, and here our low was swept. All right, let's go down. Let's go down. Let's go down. 9 times out of 10, guys, when I'm on NAS and SPX, really all of them, I'm looking for my entries on the 1 minute, okay? I'm looking for my entries on the 1 minute. This is Sunday. What day was that? Okay, that was Friday. This hasn't played out yet. We probably could catch this. Let's see what's going on. This hasn't played out yet. So price opened up here and it traded down in here. That's why it looked like it started down here and went up there. This hasn't played out yet. Oh, nicely. Let me show y'all what y'all look for. So what you look for is for the low to be ran, and you want price to come back in and break structure. This would be your break of structure here, or technically here, right? Because it was this lower high that took us to this lower low. All right. And you want to see a break of structure broken with the fair value gap. All right. So our structure was broken and it gave us this gap, and then price pulled back into the gap, and then you take it up to the 50%. That's what you want to look for. And it looks like we could possibly be getting that now. So this is our Friday's low from 4 hours, right? This is our low. This line right here. Let's come down to the 1 minute. Let's find our last structure point. All right. This took us to here, which took us to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, to here. So this is our last structure point. We're gonna see here. This is SPX. I'm gonna sign into my demo on here so that y'all can see it. Y'all, my demo is crazy because this started at $100,000. This bad boy's at 3 million. I wish this was live so bad. Sometimes I just come in here just to see, like, how a trade's gonna play out or whatever. Y'all, if you're not trading in demo still, you should be. All right, look at that. We're getting a break of structure with this bullish candle. What time is it? It's 9:46. Now we want to wait for this candle to close. All right, this candle closed. It's SPX. All right, so we technically don't have a fair value gap until this candle closes, okay? And I like to come to the 5 minute and just watch it happen. We got 2 minutes left on this candle. Hey YB, welcome in. All right, now we got our fair value gap. I'm marking up my gap. I'm gonna put a limit. Let's set a limit. This is my entry. My stop loss should be below the candle that created the gap, but I will use this last structure point here, okay? And then TP 50% of the range. And we're setting our limit. Did it just let me in? Oh, okay, I was gonna say. Setting limits, guys, a lot of my trades are limit orders. It will help you not rush into the market. Saludes. Quiero ser tu amigo. Siempre vendré a. So I know simple. Saludes. Hello. Quiero. You want? You want to learn how to trade? Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, Fiona. I literally went to Spanish 3, y'all. Spanish 3 in high school and then Spanish 1 in college. How did I pass all of those classes and still can't speak it fluently? Only God knows. Only God knows. Like I was saying, the limits, guys, will help you not to rush your entries, right? If you don't get entered by your limit, then you don't get a trade. Okay? Then you don't get a trade. Price is pulling back though. We got 3 seconds left on this 5 minute candle. And then y'all see the risk to reward on these. Even if I do lose, right? It's $125 loss with a 800. All right, we're in with a 887 risk to reward. Like the risk to reward on these trades be ridiculous. You can a lot of times lose 10 trades and then take that one trade that will make up for all 10 of those losses plus some. You know, there's no liquidity in the market tonight because no news. Yeah, I mean, there's no volume, no high volume because it's Sunday, right? But we saw the setup. So we're going to see if the setup plays out. The setup looks like a sale. Well, everybody sees stuff differently in the market, right? And if it does sell, I mean, if it does sell, it sells, right? But at the end of the day, these were the requirements for the CRT setup. Okay? You want to see price run liquidity, run the low, go outside of the zone. It did that. You want to see price break structure with the fair value gap. It did that. You want to see the price come back to the gap. That's your entry. Stop loss is normally tight. It's normally right here at the low of the candle that created the gap. But I decided to just give it a little bit of room and do this last structure point. Okay? And then as y'all can see, I did enter this on demo just for instructional purposes. I did not get on this on my live because I don't normally trade on Sundays. Let you see the 15 minute. Go to your chart on your thing and look at the 15 minute. Joe, Joe, can you give me a bottle of water? It's one on my side of the bed. I don't think so. Just knock on the door. All right, y'all. So we're gonna sit here and watch what this do for a few more minutes, and then we will continue to mark up our charts. You're not home right now. Where are you at? 15 minutes. Here you go. 15 minute time frame. You finna take it to your room. Ain't you supposed to be getting in the tub? Put that VR in my room. Y'all, don't get y'all kids VRs. There was this one movie, and I can't remember what it was called, but this was before VR headsets was like even a thing. They was making movies about them and how people were always in the simulated reality because they didn't like, their real life. And something that happened or whatever, he ended up getting in trouble in the VR reality. How you do that, I don't know. But yeah, my son, I got him a VR for Christmas because that's what he asked for. So of course, right, I'm gonna get it for him. Yeah. If I don't have him put his VR in my room at night, he peeking around the corner. Then he will be up all night on that game. They be in there, them kids be in there playing Roblox and everything else. He be walking into the walls, like he got his little stick, and next thing I know, I hear like a boom. I be like, oh my gosh, he be walking in the walls and everything. You don't be doing what anymore? Oh, you don't be walking to the wall now? You had to get used to it. He be walking in the walls. I showed you the 15 minute. Did you see it? I said I was talking to this person. I told him I showed him the 15 minute. What you say?
The only reason why we walk into the walls is because if we're moving around too hard.
If you're moving around too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you be doing. You be moving around too much. Y'all, I think he not I think he broke the outlet. I don't know how, but he broke the outlet. We're gonna stay on this candle. I mean, on this chart until about 9:10, and then at 9:10 we'll go back because I still got a couple more. I'm probably not gonna finish all of them on live. We did EJ. I'm gonna finish. What? How did it just pop up? I'm going to finish Nas and US 30 for sure. We did. We stopped at USD CAD. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. We got some type of progress. We got 13 more. I was told that I need to be on live for at least 2 hours for volume to pick up. And it did good today, y'all. Thank y'all for 3,000 likes. Thank y'all for 3,000 likes. We literally had 3,000 eyes. And at one point, there was 90 people on here. Shout out to the 24 that's still holding on. If y'all have a chart that I haven't marked up yet that you want to see, drop it in the comments and I'll do those next. Listen, Mr. Simp, the CRT zones, they no joke. Like, adding CRT to these ICT is what changed my trading. Because when I tell you the risk to reward is like very minimal. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. And then I'll come back and I'll make it back. You know? Most of the trades is no more than 20 pip stop loss. Most of them be like 10 pips, 5 pip stop loss with a 50 pip TP. Like, it's nothing. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. Now I'm like, losses happen, right? You can't avoid losses with day trading. Losses happen. You can manage your losses and manage your money. That's how you become profitable. Managing your money, making sure that you're risking the right amount of money, making sure that one trade you're not going for a 1-to-1, and in another trade you're going for a 1-to-4, stuff like that. Like, you want to keep your risk to reward similar, so that way you're always making back your losses plus some, right? And then you want to keep your lot sizes similar, so that way you're not losing more than what you're making. Because sometimes you be like, oh, this one's going to be a winner. I'm going to do a one lot on this. And then you got 50 pip stop loss, and then that's $500 lost, right? And then you go into the next trade and you're kind of skeptical about it, right? And it could be a 50 pip TP and let's say a 50 pip stop loss, right? A 1-to-1, but then you only did $1 on it. And that trade that you thought that you were skeptical about, that trade actually hits TP, but you only made $50 on it. That's why it's important. I had to learn that the hard way. Your risk management is really what's important. Strategy is strategy, right? There's a million different strategies to be profitable in the market. And as you can see, so many people trade so many different strategies. And a lot of people are profitable, on those different strategies. It's that risk management. It's that risk management. That risk management alone is the strategy. That's what everybody needs to be preaching. Risk management alone is the strategy. Okay? So if you're not managing your risk right, it don't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're doing. All right, so it's 8:59, which is 9:59 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to look at this chart for 10 more minutes, and then we'll finish our markup. It's almost 10 o'clock, and I feel like I need a snack. I don't need a snack, but I want one. This right here was a little mini break and retest. Let me show y'all. You see these little trend lines right here? Got a little break, a little pullback, a little retest. Then there's some little liquidity right here. These equal highs right here. There's liquidity right here. There's liquidity right here. And then a gap right here where my TP is at. No, a range candle doesn't have to be a momentum candle, but I do like to use the bigger candles, right? So a lot of them, I'll mark them up, and if they're no more than 80 pips, then it's like, well, I really don't want to use it. But then sometimes, some people are looking for is 20 pips, right? So a range is of course the range of the candle, but the pips doesn't really matter. You just want to look for that liquidity sweep, and then that breaker structure and your fair value gap, and then take it to 50%. And then sometimes you can take it further than 50%. But I say if you're going further than 50%, take partials and move your stop loss to your entry, and then you can let it run. Cause like CAD CHF, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all CAD CHF. UJ alert just went off. Let me show y'all what we did on CAD CHF last week. And I was supposed to be making a video for this. I'm going to do it tomorrow and put it on my page. Okay, so CAD CHF, this was last week. It's already marked up. This was last week. So this was our 50%. But as you can see, it went on to our high. So your entry would have been here. We had our breaker structure and we had our gap. TP1 was 39 pips. TP2 was 95 pips. Once price gets to this 50%, take partials, move your stop loss. You can even add another entry. Wait for price to get on top of the 50% and give you a pullback or something to show that it wants to continue in that area, and now you have two entries running to TP. Okay, so this was CAD CHF. This was a trade that we took last week. I called it on my TikTok. Can I show it on the big candle? What do you mean? You want to see the weekly that I marked it up on? Let me delete some of that. Single candles. Okay. I probably should have hid it and not deleted it, but it's okay. So this was the candle. Okay, because this is the candle that we traded last week. This was the candle that we marked up. And the range was, it was 114 pips. Okay. But see, this one right here, this one was only 67 pips, but you still got TP. Like, we really don't, because TP technically didn't hit. Yeah, it didn't come all the way to 50%, but you still would have got some pips in there. You know what I'm saying? Your lot size is based on your risk management. So if you have 10 pip stop loss and $1,000 account, then I know that I can do $4, and I would lose $40, but I would have made, price came back into the range, it was 4 times 30, 6, 9, 12, 120, something like that. 120, because 4 times 3 is 12. So you'd have made 120, and if it had hit stop loss, then you'd have lost $40, right? So the candle size don't really matter. What matters is making sure that you have all your confirmations, and then you can change your lot size based off of your account size and whatever your risk management is. So you're taking it off of the second candle. Yes. So when we mark up our charts, um, let's go ahead and mark up our next pair. Well, since we're on this, let's go ahead and mark it up. Okay. So we look at our monthly, and I'm looking at the candle before. Okay. We're not near our monthly low, so I'm not going to mark up my monthly CRT low. Now I'm going to come to my weekly, and this is my current week's candle. I'm going to mark up the candle before, okay? I'm going to mark up my high, my low, and 50% of this candle range. All right? And then I also look for trend lines, order blocks, and fair value gaps. So I don't see any of that going on here on the weekly, and there was none of it on the monthly. So now I'll come down to the daily, right? And I have an order block right here on the daily. Now with, not an order block, I'm sorry, a fair value gap. Now with this fair value gap, since price looks like it's moving down, right? So initially price came down here, ran this liquidity, broke structure, bullish, left the gap. So what this is looking like is price is pulling back into this gap to trade higher, right? Now, what I want to see is once price trades higher, I want to see it run this high, and then I want to see it come back in here aggressively, leaving a gap, and then price trading back into that gap, and then me trading it back down into 50%. So the CRT stands for candle range theory, and it's basically that every candle trades back into the next, right? And it does that unless you get a fair value gap. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to trade back into 50% of the candle. But as you can see, this one ran it and then it came back to the low. So there are going to be times like last week where you're going to get more than 50%. But I tend to take profit at 50% and not worry about it. But if you want to hold it more than the 50%, take partials, move your stop loss to entry so that price don't come back and reverse on you. Okay? All right, so I'm going to mark up this gap here on the daily. And we'll come down to the 4-hour. All right, so price is inside of this 4-hour gap. Y'all see how it filled it all the way? It filled this gap all the way instead of just stopping at 50%. We had all this consolidation over here. Price ran that liquidity and it broke structure bullish. So I could see price continuing higher. And if price does decide that it doesn't want to give us a turtle soup move, and the turtle soup move is running liquidity and coming back inside. If price does decide that it wants to come higher from this gap, right? Either this gap or this gap, because we got a whole nother gap right here. I'm taking it up here. Okay? So first TP will be these equal highs, and then next TP will be this gap right here on the 4-hour. Did I answer your question? You said the middle candle, so I'm taking it off the second candle. So your CRT range is the candle before the current candle that you're on, right? So you can do a CRT range on your monthly, your weekly, your daily, your 4-hour, your 2-hour. You can do it on every time frame, right? A lot of times when I'm on the smaller time frames and I get those engulfing candles and I want to try to find me an entry, I'll take my rectangle tool and I'll mark up the CRT. Now you see price came back into that, but it didn't fully come to this 50%. Majority of the times though, you're gonna get prices gonna come back to that 50%, and then you can get in. Okay, so it's not the middle candle per se. It's just the candle before the last candle that you're marking up. So even on the 4 hour, like this 4 hour that we just marked up on SPX, let's go back and see what it's doing. Okay, let's hide that. This was okay. So it's 10 o'clock. It's 9 Central Standard Time. Okay, so CRT for the 4 hour candles, guys. You get a new candle at 1 p.m., 5 p.m., 9 p.m., 1 a.m., 5 a.m., 9 a.m. Okay, so this candle just opened. This candle just opened. On indices, depending on what chart you're on, it'll be 2, 6, and 10. Because as you see, this one just opened and it's 10 o'clock, and I know it just opened because our time is over here. It's 3 hours and 48 minutes, so it's only been open for like the 11 minutes. Okay, so originally this candle is what we were trying to trade, this black one, because this candle wasn't closed yet. Okay, and so we marked up this candle. Okay, now this candle has closed. Technically, we should be marking up this range now. Okay, but I'm gonna stay in it just because it's on demo. We're not on live, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, but I showed y'all that we're looking for that low, and then that breaker structure, and then price came back to that gap perfectly, right? I'm not worried about this not moving up because what do I have right here? Liquidity. I'm not worried about these dramatic pullbacks because that's all it is a pullback. I used to get scared and I'd be like, oh my gosh, prices pulling down really hard, and then it start reversing, and I'm like, dang, I was in a good trade. And now I'm just like, no, they just move dramatically. Like indices move like somebody slapped their mama. Okay, so I got liquidity here and liquidity here. All right, and then if price does hit stop loss, then what I do? What will I do? I come back and I mark up my new CRT range. Okay, I mark up my new CRT range because remember, this candle closed and we was trading off of this range. So price could possibly come down and run this low and then decide to head back up because we got a new range. We got a new range, okay? So that's another thing. I wasn't paying attention to time. I did not pay attention to time, and I didn't realize that this 4 hour candle was closing. So 1, 5, and 9, mainly on currency pairs, and then it depends. Y'all, Kaya is at the front door. Sienna, go open the door for her. That girl's supposed to be in the backyard because she got upset that the kids left her. They took her for a walk and then they brought her back in the house because somebody at the park was complaining. And she came in and she tore up the downstairs room. So she got put on timeout. And somehow she got out the backyard. We done barricaded. She like dug holes and we barricaded all the holes. And everything we're putting up isn't stopping her. So she's at the front door scratching because she want to come back in the house. That girl is funny. Let me tell y'all something. Nobody told me. My daughter's like, can we get a dog? I was like, sure, sure. It's like another kid. It's like another kid. Oh my god. Is she muddy? Yeah. I'd make her stay outside. She ain't never stayed outside, y'all. Not one night. She's never spent the night outside. But she don't listen. You just got back in here. You want to know where you put your trend lines? You left when I showed you those trend lines. She on the stairs. Joe, go take Sienna some towels and the blow dryer so she can clean up Kaya. Okay, we had a trend line right here. We making our way back up on UJ. So you see this on the hourly? You see how price hit this area and then bought up, then it came back down and then bought up. You just need 2 points of rejection to have a valid trend line. So I put this trend line here for that reason, because I had 2 point of rejection. And so you either want price to hit the trend line and buy up again, or you want to see price break it and retest it, which looks like is what we're getting right here. They in the dryer. All right. So price broke this area. Looks like it's retesting it and want to come back down. Oh, right into a gap. All right. Ooh, look at that. Can't remember what we was looking for. We was looking for price to, of course, the in the CRT range, come up and run this high, and then we had a weekly gap up here. That's what we're looking for before we sold. Is that a weekly gap? Yeah. So whatever it's doing right now is doing. I'm not touching it. But that's how you draw a trend line. We got liquidity right here too. Y'all see that? Price could very much so come back and bounce off of this gap and then decide to come higher. So I'm sticking to my bias and I'm being patient. Do I mark up every 4 hour candle or the only ones that got turtle? Only the ones that got turtle soup. So when you're trading the 4 hour range, you want to mark up the last 4 hour candle. So this one definitely got turtle soup. So this is our current 4 hour range. You want to mark up this one. And this one definitely got turtle soup and that little tiny bit played out. So let's go walk it out. Okay. So this is my current. I'm marking up the one before it. I mark up my high. I mark up my low and my 50%. And TP hit on this one already. It wasn't a lot of pips, but TP is TP, right? You could have. Golly, that was 9 pips. Don't trade that. Don't trade that. But it. Oh wait, that's not a 4 hours because it's 5 minutes. That's why. That's why. Let's find one. Let's see if we can find one that did play out on the 4 hour. This one played out. Let's do that one. I feel like a lot of times we're closer to 50% already. Sometimes, so let me show you again on ES what I had saw earlier. So this one looks like it hit the 50%, but that's because price opened up here and then traded down here. Y'all see how this pushing up still? Is y'all see that, right? What I say, liquidity was right there. We're moving on up. All right, so let me go back to it. So sometimes it'll look like it already hit the 50%, but that's just because it started near the 50%, right? So you have to go down to the lower time frames after you mark it up to see what happened. Okay? This one just did a whole turtle soup move. I can delete that. Let's see. That one just did it. We got your low, you got your high, and you got your 50%. I mean, CRT is a scalper's dream. If you want to sit on these charts and scalp all day, it's a scalper's dream. Okay? So as you can see, you wait on that low to be ran. So let's come down to the 1 minute. All right. And I know that this is today because here it is Sunday. Okay. So Sunday ran our low. All right. Our last structure point is here. This is our last structure point because this was our last point that took us down to our last low. All right. But technically, it's not valid until it comes back into our range. Okay. So it broke structure here and then price came back into our range here. It gave us a gap here, but this, if you didn't put your stop loss down here, you would have gotten stopped out. Now we got this really big bullish engulfing. I love engulfing candles because they leave another gap. So this right here would have been the better entry. Okay. You got everything that you needed to see. TP at that 50, entry at that 50%, stop loss beneath the low that created the gap. And this was an easy 4-to-1. It was a freaking 3-pip stop loss, y'all. 14 pip TP. It was small, but at the same time, if your risk management is right, you could have did a one lot on this all day. You'd only lost $30, and you'd have made 140. Okay, this is what the turtle soup. Some people call it. Some people call it turtle soup, and then some people call it. I want to say rainbow something, but don't get me the line. Some people say that this isn't the turtle soup move, but when I was taught it, it was called turtle soup. But now I just say CRT range. I try not to get caught up into names, right? As far as these moves, because some people say order block and then some people say supply and demand. It's literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. You just want to look for these confirmations, okay? Price ran the low, price broke structure, price came back into the zone, price gave you this bullish engulfing candle which left you a gap. You want to get in at 50% of the gap. You want to take TP at the 50%. Now this is another one to where you could have took partials and then you watch these gaps right here to see if price is going to come back up. Price rejected these gaps nicely. You'd have got it back in right here and add another one and then try to take TP up here to this high. Now this is why I said I was looking for price to come up here. What do we have? Is it not up here? I thought we had a gap up here. It must be a different JPY pair. Well, anyways, you still want to see it come up here and take your weekly high. Yep, it's basically just a reversal. It's basically just price trading into that last candle. Okay, that's all it is. I thought we had another gap up here though. We got 36 minutes left on this hourly candle. Was this today? Yep. And see, price came down, and this was a gap right here too. It came down and filled this gap, and then decided to come back up. This is just impulse, correction, continuation. We got equal highs right here like crazy. Like crazy. And JPY pairs a move 100 something pips. This is only 48. Y'all, ay, ay, ay. I might risk this one. Feel like I'm late getting in. Where's that? These equal highs up here. We already hit this gap. We already hit this gap. Only thing is, I don't like how price came and ran this liquidity right here and then pulled back down. That's the only thing. And the way that this candle is like, well, we got 34 minutes. It could just be a pullback. Hmm. There's liquidity right here. I'm getting in, EJ. I don't normally trade on Sundays. CHF still playing on this trend line. Why didn't it alert me when it hit it again? I'm buying go off all late. I'm buying EJ. Y'all, we got 30 more minutes and I'm gonna get up off of here. It's about to be 10 o'clock. And I think I wanna get up for London, so I'll be back at 2. Where did EJ go? I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna put my stop loss a little bit below that low, even though I shouldn't have to, but it's still 6 pips stop loss. And then TP was these equal highs right here on the hourly. It's only at like a 6 pip stop loss, so I'm gonna risk it. What was that? 1 minute lows. All right, I'm gonna screenshot it. I'm gonna post it. Post the results on. Yep, it did bounce off that gap. It bounced off of a couple gaps because there's one here on the hourly too that it bounced off of right here, and it gave us this pin bar candle beautifully. And then we got these equal highs up here too. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. So I like to mark the trades that I'm in. So I'll do this one green because I'm in that. All right. Let's see what's going on with SPX. We're just in demo on SPX. Yeah, EJ. We bought EJ. We bought EJ. All right. Let's see what we get here on this gap. All right. So I said Wednesday I'll come and girl, you wet. Why? Like why? You just doing everything you're not supposed to do tonight. Don't come and look sad. Why her eyes red? You got water and stuff in her eyes. All right, go dry off, Kaya. You got mud on your side. Y'all, this dog. Y'all know how they always say it's the second child, right? So I only got two childs. This is the third one. This dog. Can you mark up, EJ? You want to see the candle range? Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. All right, looks like it's pulling into this gap here. What candle range did we do? I think we did the weekly. Download C Trader. They got trailing stop loss. Nice. And you can set it up to where it automatically moves for you. All right, so it's this candle right here, last week's candle. You got the low and the high and 50%. All right. Now, this trade that we got into isn't a CRT move because the high hasn't been ran yet. We got into this one. Marking this. Let's see where we are on this. All right, so we're above this 4-hour gap. And price bounced off of this hourly gap here. And then we have these equal highs here, which is at our weekly CRT. Right? So we want to see price move up here. And then as we moved further down, price came up on this gap, and then it traded on top of this one right here. All right. So on this gap, we had our consolidation area. Price ran that consolidation and then came up and broke this structure here and created a gap. Created a gap here too. All right. So then I came down to the minute, and price is trading off of this gap here now. It's moving back up. I got in like right here. My stop loss is below this low on the minute. And you can see your trade solid. But I'm a look into C Trader. I've been stuck on MetaTrader. And then our TP is up here, okay? Back up here to our equal highs on the 1 hour and also our weekly high, okay? The stop loss, my stop loss was 6 pips. It was 6 pips. You got her? You got her? When I went downstairs to get in the car to get the kids, I saw all that stuff down there. I said, "Ooh, you gonna get in trouble." She just walked away. I was like, now she knew she wasn't supposed to do that, but she was mad that the kids left her. But you didn't you didn't have your door locked, or was your door open? Mm-mm. She be doing too much. We're on EJ. Okay, babe. I need a snack. I don't like those Star Crunches. And they ate up all the honey buns. Euro JPY. We do have popcorn, but I don't have any jalapenos. I don't have any jalapenos. How did that 30-minute candle close? Ah, okay, y'all. Look at here. Look at here. If we get stopped out here, then we'll get back in. We got another gap right here. Like I said, it was only 6 pips. It was only 6 pips. Let's see if this gap comes and get hit. And then you can also get in around this area and put your stop loss down here, right? That's only 23 pips. It's still, if you put your stop loss down here, it's still a 2-to-1. 24 pip stop loss, 61 pip TP, 62 pips. Look at 363. What's 363? Traderholics. All right, let's check on this SPX trade. We're in SPX on demo just because I saw a 4-hour CRT. And so I just wanted to demo that live, and it's playing out nicely. I can actually lessen my risk and now move it up to where it originally should have been, which is that candle that created the gap. So I'm going to do that. And then when price runs this liquidity area, then I'll move my stop loss into profit. All right. Where was that other? Where was that other gap? I know I'm not crazy. Oh, 30 minutes. Traderholics, you didn't tell me. What's 363? All right, so now we're trying to see if price is going to come down here to the 30-minute gap. That's what we're looking at. Because it ran this hour, not hourly, it ran this minute low. It ran this minute low. And this purple line right here is the 30-minute. Support 3. I still don't know what you're talking about. Oh, support there. But what's 363? That's funny. Not it ran that low and now it's moving back up. Hey Pablo, you left? Thought you coming back in here like mystical. So I'm like, here I go. That's all I know. I only know that part. Had to handle something. So if you got stopped out because we had our stop loss right here, you can get back in. Because it decided to move back up now. Didn't quite come down to this 30-minute gap, but it did decide to run that liquidity. He's a bad reference. They had that trending for a good while, so it's definitely stuck in my head. Y'all, we got all kinds of liquidity up here. Y'all see this right here? Y'all see that? Damn. Liquidity. And then we got this one right here. Now we do have a gap right here, but I don't see price not coming back up to run this high, right? It's got to give us our CRT. Shouldn't stop loss be below the pin bar on the hourly right here? That's what I said. I had put mine on that 1 minute, and then I was like, if y'all want to move y'all to this hourly, it still was a good 2-to-1. It still was a good 2-to-1. So you can move it here. You sure can. so we just caught a trade on EJ, and we're live trading and teaching. And then I showed them how this 4-hour CRT works. So we're in demo on SPX, and then we're in a live trade on EJ. Y'all see how fast price just ran that liquidity? I just we went off the chart for 2 seconds and then came back, and there it is. I trade ICT concepts with Romeo CRT zones. Thank you for joining the live. Um, we'll actually be on here for about another 20 minutes, but we will be back. Y'all, I say I'm gonna get up for London, but I'm lying. I'm going to sleep. I went to bed late last night and I got up early this morning. I really didn't get up early this morning. I'm lying. No, I didn't. I got up at 10. So I had to be at church at 12. I'm not an early person. I go to church at 12 because I'm not an early person. Pablo selling what? USD MXN? You the only one trading that pair. Do I live trade for a living, or do I have another full time? I trade for a living. Thank the Lord. The Lord has released me from my job, so I trade for a living. Thank God. And I love it here. My children are homeschooled, and thankfully they have teachers. I don't have to teach them, but my children are homeschooled, and I do credit repair also. So if you need your credit repaired, or if you need some funding, then I got you on that aspect. Whoever asked about trend lines, here we go, another little baby trend line. You get a break and retest back into this gap. Can I get you a 653 score? We sure can. But we want to get you into the 700 club. Sure can. Go ahead and click the link in my bio. Guys, I was going to say bio. Click the link in my bio and go down to the credit repair one. It's $97 a month. But everything that I offer payment plans on it. So if you can't afford the full 97, just make a payment plan. And then we'll get you on the calendar to get you a consultation. Go over your credit report, and then I'll let you know. I'm literally attacking everything. Now, if you got over like 30 things that needs to be attacked, then I'm not going to do more than 10 at a time. But each round, if you have like 10, 15 things, I'm attacking everything each round. We ain't finna do no one thing at a time. RCHF, we can go back to it. I don't even think we marked it up, actually. So, yeah, let's mark it up. Oh, we did mark it up. We marked it up. So, this is what we have on RCHF. So, this is our weekly low. This is our weekly 50%. This is our weekly high. So, we currently have like this little trend line right here going on. I'm waiting for this trend line to break and then possibly take price back up to this high. And then if price breaks that weekly high up to this weekly fair value gap, okay? I'm looking for buys because as you can see, we're in this uptrend, right? So that's the reason why I'm looking for buys. I was looking for buys in this area because price hit this hourly fair value gap. It ran this liquidity, and then market open, it just shot up straight bullish, but then it hit this trend line and decided to come back down. So there was another gap here on the 30-minute. Price created liquidity right here. You see that? Equal lows. Price could decide that it wants to come back into this consolidation range and come back and retest this. But most importantly, I am not going to get in until it breaks and retests my trend line. So price could want to come down here, run this liquidity, hit this, give me a nice bullish move, and then come back. And I want to see it retest this. And then I want to go up here. I want to make sure that price is going to hold here. And then I want it. I want to see it get right here is my weekly high. Okay. I want to see price get on top of this, retest it, and then come up to this weekly fair value gap, wherever it is. All right. Good 130 pips. All right. We got to remember we're in NFP week and we only have 2 days left until this monthly candle code closes. You want to see CRT from the weekly? Where were you when I just showed you the CAT CHF CRT move that we caught last week? Were you not here? That's what's supposed to go here. That's why it looks blank. Okay. Well, let's go back over it. CAT CHF. We caught this last week. If you go to my page, you'll see that I sent the buy entry, and I was like, "We're looking for buys." I didn't send an entry. I said we're looking for buys, and then I showed the TP. Do I do 1-on-1? Yes, I do 1-on-1. I'm not an options trader, but at the end of the day, a chart is a chart. Okay, but I cannot tell you like what a put is and what a call is because I haven't learned options lingo yet. By the summertime, I plan to have learned options lingo. But right now, I'm in a mentorship program for my credit repair stuff, and then I'll get into a mentorship program for options so that I can learn the language of options. But a chart is a chart, okay? All right, so you said you wanted to see a weekly CRT. Are you still here before I go over this? Chris Top 2577. Where you at? Come forward. Are you still here? Okay. All right, so last week, this is how we caught this CAT CHF move. All right, so this was last week's candle. This was last week's candle. So we marked up our weekly CRT move off of this candle right here. Okay, so this is last week's candle. So what we do is we mark our low, we mark our high, and then I use my rectangle tool to go from the low to the high, and then I draw my line on top of that purple line. That's 50% of that range. And now I'll come down to the hourly or the 30-minute or the 15-minute. No, what? That's not what you want to see? Y'all, everything that's in my bio, I offer payment plans for. So whoever that was that needed credit report pair, whoever that is that wants to do the mentorship, click the link in my bio. We got payment plans, okay? Chris, what? No, what? I'm confused. All CHF. I thought you said you wanted to see a weekly. Okay, all CHF. I thought I just went over all CHF. Did we not? We did. We literally was on all CHF. I just did these green lines. You forgot? You want me to remark it is what you're saying? I'll delete it, guys. I'll delete it. Okay. Yes, put the markup from scratch. Okay, Chris. Just for you. That's why I said, you guys, if there's a pair that you want me to mark up, because I still got a bunch of pairs that I need to mark up, let's mark them up, drop them in the chat. Okay? All right. So I start on the monthly. I start on the monthly because if price is near a monthly high, low, or 50%, then price is going to stick around in that area. It's like a magnet. But since price is down here and my monthly low is here, I'm not worried about anything on the monthly. Now I'm going to go to the weekly. My phone about to die again. I forgot I was on live on Instagram. I never even got back on. All right, now we go to the weekly. And instantly I spot this big bearish candle that left me a gap. So I am going to mark up 50% of this gap. Because again, the higher time frame zones, price is like a magnet to those areas. All right. Now I am going to mark up my weekly CRT range. So this is our current week. So we marked up EJ, but we'll do it again. I need to start people how to get their skin together. Hey, Ernest. We'll go back over EJ next. EJ after all CHF. Okay, so this is current week's candle. So you always mark up the candle before your current candle. Okay? So we got our high, our low, and then 50% of the range. All right? Now we're going to come down to the daily and let's see if we spot anything else on the daily. I do see another gap right here, but because I have my high here, I'm not going to move anything. I do want to see how far apart it's going to be, and it is right here. But since this weekly is here, price is going to be drawn more to this weekly than it is to this daily, okay? So I'm not going to mark this daily gap. Now we're going to come down to the 4 hour. All right. All CHF is sitting inside a gap right there on the 4 hour. Remember, we want to see price come up because we want to see our weekly high get ran. Okay. So this gap right here is a bullish gap because price broke structure right here. This is our last structure point. Price broke structure. You always want to see a break of structure and then a pullback, or a liquidity run and then a pullback. So price broke structure, it left our gap, price came back to our gap. Now price has reacted at this gap 1, 2, 3 times. This time it closed underneath, but it's still trying to push back up. Okay? I want to wait for, I had a trend line on the lower time frame, but we'll get to that. I want to wait for price to give me a confirmation, let me know that it's going bullish, and then I'm going to take it to my weekly high. Once it gets to my weekly high, I'm going to move my stop loss to entry. I'm going to take partials, and then I'm going to wait to see if price is going to get on top of this weekly high, retest it, and then I want to go for another TP here at my weekly fair value gap. Okay? And if it does retest it, you can add another entry here. Okay? Are we still heading towards the 50%? So when you have a valid CRT move as far as price heading towards the 50%, you have to wait for a high or the low of last week to be ran, right? So since this is bullish structure and it gave us a bullish fair value gap once it broke structure, we definitely, I'm believing that we're going to see that price is going to run this high. This is why I say you want to wait before going for that one, because once it runs this high, it could possibly come back underneath. If price gives you a strong bearish move underneath and it gives you a bearish fair value gap, then that's when you get back in, because you'll have a gap in this area, and then you'll take it down to the 50%. Okay? But we don't want to do that. We don't want to rush it, okay? Because we have this weekly gap up here. So this might not be a turtle soup move. This might be one of those moves where we're going to get on top of this high, we're going to retest it, and then we're going to take it up to this weekly gap. Because remember, the higher time frame zones, price is more attracted to it, right? It's like a magnet to those areas, okay? So we want to wait. We want to wait, but definitely because we got this 4 hour fair value gap, I'm seeing it pull back up here. So this is where we're going to have our TP1, and we're going to wait to see what price is telling us in this area. We could get some consolidation. We could get some consolidation and then price continue to move up, or we can get some consolidation and then price give us that bearish move. So we just want to wait to see what happens at that high. Okay? Now, I was waiting for my entry because we had this little trend line. All right? And price has not gotten on top of this trend line yet. There was another gap under here. There's one here, but I think there was another one. Okay, that was it. All right, so there was another gap right here that price could pull back into, especially because I see some more liquidity right here. Perfectly too. Was that the daily? We walked it down from the weekly. Looks like uh SPX came back and hit our stop loss. We was up like $200. I told you I was waiting for this liquidity to get ran, and then I was gonna move my stop loss into profit. So remember what happened on this? We had all of our confirmations, but I forgot that we was near our time to close for this 4-hour candle. So what happened was this 4-hour candle closed on us. And now we can mark up a new. All right. And now we can wait for this low to be swept. That's why I need to see trader stop loss. You're right. But that was on demo. I definitely took that one on demo. I'm glad I did. The only one we're in on live is EJ. That's the only one we're in on live. Okay. And it wants to come down to this 30-minute. So if y'all not in, wait for this 30-minute gap to get hit. Okay. And we are putting our stop loss here. Okay. Below this hourly low. Because my first stop loss was too tight. But that's still, and then TP is the weekly high and these equal highs right here. So if you wait on this 30-minute, it's still a 3-1. Y'all see that? That's still a good trade. I appreciate y'all for the heart me's and the gifts. There was somebody else had another pair, so we did that pair. What was the other pair, y'all? Let me know. UJ, you're bearish. So I'm bearish to bullish, right? And I'm gonna tell you why I'm bullish. Because we're so near our weekly high, and then we have this weekly fair value gap. Now, once it hit this fair value gap, for sure, I want to see it continue to drop. But I want it to get to this weekly fair value gap, and I want to see it run last week's high. So right now, I'm just letting it do what it do. I'm just letting it do what it do. It looked like we got a nice break and retest, and you could possibly trade it back down here to this gap, right? Am I gonna touch it? I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone because ultimately I want to see it come up here, and then I'll trade it down. Somebody asked for another pair. Are you gone? Like this chat box is moving. It's moving. Your trailing stop loss is tight. Yep, that's the only way to go. But if you got in up here, right, at this order block, but look, let price get underneath this gap. And see, this is ugly. You see all of that? That's ugly. When am I on again? I'll be back tomorrow. We do have liquidity right here. I'll be back tomorrow. What time? What time, y'all? Y'all give me a time out and I'll be back. What time tomorrow? Y'all tell me, because it's 10 o'clock and I'm ready to go to bed. My feet cold. I ain't got no socks on. I'm ready to go rub my feet together. I already took my shower. I want a snack. 8 CST. 8 CST is good. 8 CST is good. I'm going to put it on the sticky note. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 8 p.m. I think that's what we had said earlier, too. All right. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. Eastern, and that's when Asia session really be moving. Let that hour open Asia open session get through with. All right, y'all. So if you're new here, I am Sierra, the Wealth Empress, your day trading, credit, and funding strategist. All right. So if you need some credit repair, hit the link in my bio. If you need a one-on-one mentorship, hit the link in my bio. If you believe that your credit is good enough to where I can get you anywhere between $20,000 to $100,000 in funding, hit the link in my bio, and we will get to work on that. All right. It's 10 o'clock. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Y'all have a good evening. All right. Love y'all. How I end this thing. There we go.